Huzzah! Welcome once again to the Dredging Seal. I am your captain, the Belmar, joined today, as always, by these delightful collaborators for Grimoire.
The people's champions.
The people's champions, yes. The delightful. When you put it that way,
Apparently
says the goat. The goat does actually have a point. Looking over and seeing, yes, goat. People is not exactly the best applicable term. The people's champion. Not necessarily people. The people's champion. So you're more still, well, anyway.
We're not even champions at this point, but sure.
I mean, you're well loved. That's something.
Who the hell loves the goats?
Everyone loves the goats.
The kids don't even want me around.
I mean, you never know.
I know this is derailment, and I don't care. Fucking Alva, I see Goaty on my OBS on my screen. Did Goaty tell you to vouch for the Titty Mouse Pad? If I remember correctly, he said the Magic Man is right.
What in the hell am I hearing?
I don't know anymore.
No.
I'm bringing back the lore. I'm bringing back the lore.
Stop making my son say random fucking crap, Carrion.
Everyone does it.
I know. Well, you're not like fucking Burrito, where he's making Goaty have trauma in the background.
What about that one person that made them say slurs?
Oh Jesus!
I don't
What
really.
an intro! This is so crazy. We haven't even said our names.
We don't need to. They know us.
We're gonna get canceled before we can even introduce ourselves.
Quick, someone make Goaty say slurs.
Don't make them say slurs, please. Anywho,
What? We can't say that.
Well, I mean,
You got
joined today. I am joined today by Carrie and Elmagia.
Hey,
Big Noah.
Hello.
Alva the goat.
Bah.
And Summer Sky.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Big time in.
Alrighty, so this is, if anyone is new here, this is our collaborative RWBY campaign of called Grimoire. This is set in Paradigm's RWBY TTRPG system 1.4. So if anyone is interested as we go along and would like to figure out a little bit about this, kind of where we're coming from with the system and all that, then that is where you can go. Making sure I'm going through all the things. Reading off the social guidelines for the table. These are going to be updated probably soon, because we are coming to a close of our first arc. So there will be no explicit content. However, this still will be recommended as 18+. I, the headmaster, will not police the players, but that does not extend to chat. Mod discretion is in effect. We will adhere to the world of Remnant as best as we can, but we are not perfect and may miss something. So, chatters saying anything like, that's not how X works, they will be timed out. Also, we are still relatively new to the system, we're still figuring things out, mistakes will happen, rules will be missed, bent, or broken, and any ridiculing of any of the players for doing so will be met with a timeout. Do not backseat. These characters are extension of the players, and the players can make their own decisions. Any unprompted backseating will be met with a timeout. Chat may be read by the players at their own discretion, along with fulfilling redeems, but do not intentionally distract the players or disrupt the flow of the game, as we are very good at doing that by our very selves.
Very, very good at that.
Yes.
Question now.
Which is delightful in some cases.
Yep.
Can we backseat ourselves?
You may backseat yourself. You may absolutely backseat yourself.
It's got to be really flexible.
But
okay,
keep in mind that
son,
might be
backseat.
considered as metagaming. So.
Says,
I guess that-
says something out says something out of turn. God damn it! Fuck you! You stupid fuck!
Looking in the mirror.
You goddamn fucking asshole. You're a goddamn dumb goat. Look,
You
Follow
just
the
start
magic
punching
gate.
yourself. It's like that scene in Fight Club.
Yeah.
Oh, spoiler alert.
It's no spoiler. Wait,
I
no,
know, I know,
no.
I
I
know.
broke the rule. I broke the rule.
Yeah.
I broke
Yeah.
the rule. I'm
Wouldn't
sorry.
that be a
We all
different
did.
if they were like spoiler alert every time they accidentally talked about Fight Club? That would add like a really different vibe to that film.
I really would.
there's always a vibe.
His
to
name
it.
is Robert Paulson. Spoilers.
Alert.
If you know.
Alright,
You
sure.
know. Wait, have you not? Please tell me you've seen Fight Club, Carrion.
I have.
But the
Okay,
thing is,
for a
you're not
second there, I
supposed to
was
talk
worried.
about Fight Club.
Can we get,
Yeah, they're not breaking any rules.
Yes.
No, they're
exactly.
breaking the rules right now.
You
I only know the
you
rule. I
guys are
haven't
breaking
seen
the
it.
rules. We aren't.
That's fair.
We're not
you know,
talking about it.
Not talking. Didn't say. Well, yes, I did. That was on me. All right.
I only know the rules. I haven't actually seen it.
You haven't actually seen it.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. There's actually some fun. Anyway, without. We are starting to go much more on the rails than I had intended.
It's okay.
Ooh.
Your time.
That is on me. So, wanted to make sure, was there any other things that I missed or any other points of order before we hop in to the game?
Yes, the level up.
Yes, that will happen
that's
at the
end.
end
that's at
of
the
today.
And stupid fuck.
That
Oh,
was
man.
the thing that we
I
had
would
for
like-
the extra cliffhanger.
That
Oh, I forgot.
That
we
is
made
precisely
deal.
it.
That is true. That is true.
the deal was you get a cliffhanger, you don't get the level up. So now you get the level up at the end of today's episode,
Yeah.
as opposed to last week.
And we all agreed to that.
Yes.
I want level up.
You'll
Well, you
get
have
your
to wait.
level up.
You said next episode, so I thought next episode beginning.
It's not my fault the exit is 15 miles away.
It's not my fault.
I'm going,
that you.
Carrie, I'm going to fucking pick you up and
It's not.
throw you at Belmore if I can.
Belmar doesn't exist. What in the world? What do you mean?
I am above it.
I'm going to break
below
the
it.
fucking fourth wall and fucking smack him.
You're
Or is it-
always
So do
welcome
I
to
not
try.
be there yet?
You're always welcome to try. I am a big fan of saying yes to things. It's
What
just
is
very
the
unlucky.
fucking role I have to do?
I'll talk to you with you after the session, and then we'll figure that out. How about that?
Fine.
All right. So, if everyone is ready,
Born ready.
Yep.
I was going to say something, and then I was like, maybe not. It would have been funny to be. Anyway, continuing on. So, Grimoire. So, at the end of our last episode, or in our last episode, the team had found their way out of the tunnels underneath Mistral. They had retrieved a couple of children who had found the bunker as their little hovel, to keep them free of the elements, having been trapped there due to the events of the Clockwork Knights encroaching onto the door leading outside. It was evening, so as they had left the bunker, they did their best to find their way back to the Cascading Camellia. With moderate success, however, they did get noticed by some of the Black Marketeers, and were maybe unintentionally, they had driven off some potential muggers that had been lurking behind, hearing the clattering of all the automatons that Summer had collected. They did find their way to the Cascading Camellia intact, and upon arriving, they, with Bella's help, they restrained the fellow who had caused all of this commotion, gave them rooms, and gave the starving children a bit to eat and some company. As the night went on, most got decent sleep. Noah had a bit of a Doug, rather, sorry, had a bit of a nightmare upon the discovery of, seemingly associated with the discovery of this mysterious page that had been on the person of the creator of these Clockwork Knights. However, with some experimentation, Summer discovered that there was some ability to utilize her semblance with the intact Clockwork Knight.
Robot army.
Hmm?
Robot army.
Not yet.
Eventually.
Of course, that's why
Potentially.
summer goes on, Bill.
So, with some experimentation, found that there may be some connection with her semblance and the control of this automaton. Over the night, most of them, however, did get eventual rest. They woke and interrogated this man, who revealed himself to be named Diggory, a vengeful descendant of one of those that was harmed or a victim of the Great War that had taken place many, many years ago. They decided that they would, after interrogating him, they decided that they would take him to Haven Academy for Leonardo Lionheart to try to glean whatever he could from the man. They did find their way easily back to the elevator that led up into Upper Mistral, but not without having been seen by Little Green and his ilk. As they got to the academy, they handed over Diggory to Storia Prism, the groundskeeper and general quartermaster, and basically the one-man army that is Storia Prism, took him to the infirmary to be tended to, while Lionheart led the team back into the academy and straight to the headmaster's office, where he instructed them to be on their best behavior because he had a visitor. And upon entering, they found standing a man in a dark suit, thin wire glasses, white hair, and a cup of coffee and an unusual cane. And that is where we begin. So,
I have met Ozma.
you have met Ozpin.
Or Ozpin. Not Ozma.
Yeah.
Ozma.
Ozpin.
No, Ozma is his actual name, but he goes by Ozpin now. Ruby Lord.
Spoilers! Anyway,
God damn it, Carrie, and the spoilers. Stop doing it.
it's
Brother,
all
that
good.
doesn't matter. Wow,
Doesn't
you learned
matter.
the name of one character. Holy shit.
Anyway, so as you all enter into the morning sun-lit room, it's a bit warmer because of the sun's direct shining into the office, which gives this man an imposing silhouette as you enter. But you see that Lionheart has taken a bit of a mildly more relaxed stance, and he, after having done introductions, he addresses Ozpin. These are the students that I was talking about, Oz. These are the ones who I had investigating the disappearances. And
I was gonna say I'm gonna bow and greet him and just be like, "Why, hello there, good sir. The name is Carrie."
it's a pleasure. You all seem very capable, but I assure you that isn't necessary.
Okay.
I have my clones take me and the robots I have to the corner.
As you do, he just looks at you quizzically as he just watches you take them across the room.
Sorry, but my stream fucking disconnected fucking immediately. Cool. Give it a
No! Reconnect the stream.
there we
Reconnect
go.
it.
Reconnecting. It auto reconnects. But we're back now. Let me just turn the window capture off real quick to make sure that fuck. I'm still in the thingy.
We're in the thingy.
Yeah, I'm still in the game together. Okay, yeah, I need to rejoin stream chat. Or share chat. There we go.
There we go.
Ray.
God damn it. Alright. Anyway.
Alright, so he just watches, he looks at each and every one of you as if studying you from afar, but he nods his head after a quick glance, and then looks at you, Carrion. So I imagine you have something you are going to be telling me.
Why,
Please.
yes.
And he gestures to the seats in front of the desk, which he sits at.
Why?
And
It disconnected a fucking again.
no!
Again. Why is it doing this?
Your internet hates you. Today has been a boulevard of broken dreams.
It's reconnected again. Let me join the shared chat again. Why is it doing this? That's the second time that it is DC'd.
If it does it a third time, it's wanting attention.
Yeah.
It always wants attention. That's the problem.
Alright. There we go.
All right. We good?
Mm-hmm.
Just getting confirmation. All right. So, Ozpin gestures to the seats in front of the desk, which he does actually take a seat at. Lionheart starts for a moment towards it, and then just takes stands right next to the desk.
I sit on my hoverboard in the corner with the robots. Also, I dismiss my clones after the robots are put down.
All right. Both of which are noted.
Alright. I guess I'll take a seat. Oh my god.
Did it do it again?
Yes.
It's wanting attention.
It's a sign.
I don't know
It's
what
a
to
sign.
do. This is fucking ridiculous.
Do you think it might be an issue with the shared chat?
No, it shouldn't be. What the fuck?
Shit, chat hasn't
If
had
it does
this
it
issue
again, I'm
before.
gonna have to fucking walk out and restart my internet because this is fucking ridiculous. That's the third time it's DC'd in fucking not
10
even
minutes.
15 minutes.
Well, if we need to, we need to. We can definitely go to. We can definitely handle technical difficulties as needed.
Yeah, 'cause
Yes.
this is ridiculous.
I was going to make the joke about the NAT type, but I don't think that
Anyway.
necessarily applies. All right,
don't
let me
even
know
know.
when we're good.
We're good.
All right. So, Ozpin sits there, Lionheart on his right, and is essentially just sitting there and waiting for whatever information that you
It
are.
disconnected again. I want to fucking die. All right.
All right.
Fucking. All right.
So
All right.
let's take a moment for some technical difficulties.
All right.
Yes,
I got a better
uh,
idea. For first.
Be right back screen.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to, because this is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna have to. I won't stop streaming, but I'm gonna have to stop, or I'm gonna have to probably upload the recording. So let me go to BRB screen.
All right. Rakugan. Is a 10 count okay? Yep, there we go.
We don't get a 10 count. We just go.
Caught me by surprise. So, thank you all, everyone, for your patience with the unfortunate technical difficulties. Let's just say we're ready for the day to be over. But not yet, because we have a game to get through. So, where were we? Yes. So, as Ozpin is sitting at the desk and Lionheart comes up, he sits patiently with his cup of coffee, sipping almost gently and patiently waiting for your recollection of events, which you may describe however you would like.
I just work on start tinkering on the robots with all the parts I have.
I don't. I mean, I'm gonna let Carrion report. 'Cause he's the team leader.
Yeah. I'm just gonna open OPS just so that way I have music.
That works.
I also twirl my scythe around as I'm waiting.
You're
Alright.
twirling a
Well-
gun around. In
as
the
Gun scythe. Yes.
Gun safety ain't never heard the
I'm
name
doing the
Alpha
very
Go.
corner. They never heard of me.
As you guys do this, I'm going to immediately apologize to Osbin and just be like, I'm sorry, but my team is a little, special.
Special, you say? Don't know what you mean.
We have needs.
He looks at each one of you, and he just gives this lightly knowing smile. And I like uniqueness in all of the academies. It's always pleasant coming in and seeing who all I can find. Now,
Alright.
what do you have to report?
Okay. So, we have a few things. First of all, is when we came into the academy, we got somebody for. Let's just say we captured the person that had everything to do with these robots that short stuff brought, and all the parts that we were shown. But
He looks over. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
his legs are a little. He's not in the best of states. So he's in the infirmary right now.
He looks at you, and with he's holding a fairly straight face as you're discussing, and he looks you right in the eye. And what do you make of this man?
To be perfectly honest, I really don't know. When we walked into the room before we started tussling with him, he was working on robots, super manic, and incredibly. He was definitely manic, and and he's very intelligent. When we walked. Once the fight started, he only got more and more insane as it went on, until his aura ran out with the robot that he was piloting himself. And he immediately got knocked out and put into a pretty critical condition. We gave him some first aid at the time, and then we had somebody that I know fix them up a little bit more.
Interesting.
The biggest problem is when he woke up, though. For some reason, he has very spotty memory. He doesn't he remembers very little bits and pieces. The main things that he remembers is when we first walked into the room, and everything before that. And that's pretty much it. After that, once he started piloting the robot with his aura, that's all he couldn't. That was about it.
Unusual. I have to investigate him further. But
He doesn't seem like a bad guy, though.
he looks at you. He's very much paying attention to every little thing you're saying. He's holding on to each word and analyzing it as you explain. And he responds with, so manic, but also would you say that he's a good fellow? All the
Actually,
same.
I kind of would. The person that he was when we first met him, I mean, I'll give him this. We attacked first because his robots started attacking us first. So we did start the fight. I can't blame him for that. But the person that he was before the fight and during the fight, and the person that he is right now after he's recovered, they're completely different.
Very interesting. Did he give you any clues as to why he maybe acted the way he did?
That's where the spotty memory comes in. He really doesn't know what happened. He said that the robots were originally programmed to just wait. He was planning some kind of... I guess the best word to say would be terrorist attack.
Mm.
And I don't blame the reason. He just had bad methods for it. But still,
We could definitely blame it.
the fact that the robots were programmed for something completely different, and they went from basically 100 to 0, from being passive to murdering anything in sight, that's the biggest problem we have.
Well, it sounds like you dispatched them quite well. And he looks over at Summer in the corner who's tinkering with them. And I see you brought souvenirs.
As I hear that, I say, my robots.
My robots.
Actually, funny thing about those robots, the robots don't just respond to the guy's aura that of the guy that we came in with. It also reacted with Summer's aura. Probably got something to do with both of them kind of having both of their semblances being animating things to a degree.
Oh? At that point, Lionheart looks over and he starts approaching you, Summer. Not as if he's going to be aggressively taking them away, but more so trying to just inspect what you have, and a bit of curiosity, very very cautious curiosity, seems to be driving.
I just continue tinkering.
So it would seem that this man has been... You say that he had his reasons. But with how manic you say that he was, it seems... I get the feeling that there's something you're not telling me.
I'll be perfectly blunt. I've come from the Undercity, down in the lower parts of Mistral. And we found out who's actually supplying these parts. It's one of the black market racketeers down there.
Doug is gonna kind of internally give a sigh of relief because he thought that the thing that wasn't getting mentioned was the dream.
Black marketeers, you say?
And well, it's not. Well, it isn't rocket science to know that Mistral, that the lower parts of Mistral aren't known for very good things. And one of the biggest things is its huge black market. The black market is mostly run by a gang called the Green Gang, of which one of the people that runs the joint, by the name of Little Green, I know quite well.
You see another knowing smile start crossing his face, but he doesn't respond aside from that. And he takes another sip of his coffee and sets it down. The black market has always been something the Mistral Council has had dealings with, or have been trying to deal with. And he looks over at Lionheart, who is still cautiously inspecting. And then he looks back. But that hasn't been something that has been unusual. No. And he stands up and he turns around and he approaches and then starts looking out one of the windows. Lionheart asked me here on a hunch. And sometimes, when someone only has a hunch, you might think it's not really worth looking into. But something, and he turns around and looks at you. Looks at you all. Someone doesn't go from manic to gentle at the drop of a hat. Not
He
usually.
was
Anyway.
knocked out for 12 hours, I say, as still working on my tinkering.
So what can you tell me? He starts to ponder. I think I will go and meet with this gentleman after our discussion here. But I think, still, as I was saying, the black market doesn't really have much of a... It's not really a surprise to know that these robots found their way into the city. Something else strikes me. And you see that he's now studying you, Carrion, and you, Noah. Doug, I should say. Sorry. I don't think Lionheart was wrong to call. Are you sure there's nothing else you would like to tell me?
I'm
Nothing
gonna
that
be
I-
like,
Almost got killed.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say I was more concerned less on how he went from manic to sane, and more concerned on how he went from seemingly sane at one point to manic. That seems like a much more dangerous thing. That seems like a much more pertinent issue.
Indeed. How do you think a man goes from sane to manic, then?
He said that his goal was to get revenge for his father, who was lost during the Great War. I think it's important to look at the I think it's at least important to have the motive, so that way we can at least draw something from there.
All right,
Yeah.
so quick point of order. Are you trying to deflect from revealing what you know?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm not trying, that's for sure.
Doug, are you?
I want him to come to his own conclusions, I guess. I don't really want to just like advertise the dream that I had, to be honest. I want him to, I want there to be I want there to be investigating of how this guy went from this state to that state, and I'm interested in the results because they obviously pertain to me, but I don't really want to advertise that I may be going through something similar. Hopefully I'm not, but could be.
Okay, so for that description, I'm going to have you both roll a check. So first, Carrion, go ahead and give me what would this be? Negotiate.
I was gonna say deceit, but
would you both rather be rolling deceit? Would you rather, or because you, Carrion, are more discussing, you're not.
I think I would be doing negotiate because I'm not really trying to hide anything. Doug kinda is. So
Yeah.
his would be deceit, mine would be negotiate.
All right, so go ahead and give me yours to negotiate, and Doug
14.
a deceit.
We're both not.
Right.
We're
Not
both
great.
not doing good on that.
So the purpose of the negotiate is to kind of try to use as a cover for. I'll be using as kind of like a cover for Doug. So as you're talking, it's like he's seeing through you. You're being honest, Carrion. You're basically just discussing and trying to do your best to give what you can. And Doug, he looks at you, and as you begin to talk, and as it's, well, how does someone go from sane to manic? He has a little tilt to his head. And he comes around the desk, and he sits on the edge, sets his coffee down. How indeed? And he just looks at you, almost knowingly, that there's something that you may not be telling him.
I'm gonna look up to my teammates who know about this and see what their look is as they're seeing this play out.
As you look over to me, you see me not tinkering, but attacking my own tail. And rolling on the floor, doing that.
And Lionheart he's standing there with his head in his hands.
Anybody else?
I also give Doug a shrug and just wave at him. It's like, you do you.
Yeah, I pretty much do the same.
Wow, what a good team we are.
He notices kind of your unease, and he loosens up a bit, and this isn't an interrogation. This is trying to understand. I am on your side, I promise.
I'm gonna like look up and like look away. I'm visibly anxious, and I'm gonna say like, it's really nothing. I just I have a paranoid streak. It's like it's really I shouldn't bother you with this. There's real things to be worried about.
He grabs his coffee, takes a sip, stands up and straightens up again. Sometimes it feels like little things are easy to push off. And sometimes we don't recognize when a little thing is actually a big thing from very far away.
I will like look down and I'll just be like, all I did was have a dream, a dream with a Grimm that spoke, and it felt too real, and it felt too related to somebody going crazy seemingly out of nowhere.
So that catches his attention. He turns back to you, sets his coffee down, and gently kneels in front of you where you're sitting. And doesn't have a concerned look on his face, but again, it's a stoic face. Please, what do you think? I assume these are not common dreams for you.
No.
No, I suppose they wouldn't be for anyone. And he's...
Yeah, I'm not gonna have yet much else to say. Without prompting, I guess. It just doesn't feel real. Like, it doesn't feel important enough. It feels like a nightmare.
Why do you think you had this dream?
Because we were around death, and I watched somebody seemingly go from normal to mad to back to normal, and with no control over himself. It's enough to scare anyone. I'm sure that it's just a reaction to that.
Certainly. He stands up again, puts his hand on your shoulder, and it's definitely a comforting motion, and his hand is warm, but it doesn't necessarily help. It doesn't necessarily help the unease. I won't press any further. But if you need anything, we are here for you.
I just am gonna look up at him and just like, and like sort of in like a need for assuring, like in a tone that is like begging for assurance. It's like, none of that could be real, right? Grimm can't speak.
No. Grimm can't speak. And he turns away and goes back around the desk and sits back down in the chair. Well, this has certainly been an insightful report. And then he looks over and he glances over at you, Alva, and then you, Summer, who was, I assume, still chasing your tail.
Yep.
He lets out a little chuckle. You've chosen a very lively team, Lionheart. And Lionheart is just still standing there, but he backs away and approaches the desk once again. They're a very good team when they put their mind to it, I'm sure. And he then addresses all of you again. You all have done a very good thing for Mistral. And it is very much appreciated not by only us, but the people. And it's very encouraging to see that it's encouraging to see the choices that you've made. And he looks at you, Carrion, and gives a slight nod. But the semester is about to start, and it would seem that you are needing to be reinstated. And he looks over at Lionheart. Oh, yes, of course, Oz. And with that, he opens the desk and pulls out a paper, and he fumbles a little bit with it. But as he's reading, it's very much a tone where it's jovial, where it's congratulatory. For the duties that you have performed for Mistral and Haven Academy, I now reinstate you as Team Cascade. And he pulls up on the holographic hologram desk, CSAD, with each of your faces lining up, with Carrion, Summer, Alva, and Doug. And with that, he presents each of you with a mild reward. So, bringing this up. Ooh. So, with it, he announces that each of you will be receiving not only... Now, this may not seem like a lot, but he's giving you 600 Lien pieces. I say Lien a piece. So, you get 600 Lien.
600?
I have, 600 for each of us.
Okay.
I'm at 1325 Lien.
I'm at 760.
And you aren't giving over any of the additional clockwork stuff. You're keeping that, correct, Summer?
Yeah, I'm keeping all that.
Okay.
I will fight whoever tries to take it from me.
I'm going to take it. No.
Try to
And I will pop you across the head into next week.
You are also presented badges with that are special. He explains them as basically just a special pass that is recognized throughout the city and inter-academically. So you, if you find yourselves at any of the other academies, these signify you as an ace team.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And we're actually a team for once.
You are now officially Team Cascade. So you may write that down wherever you would like, but yes, you now have the full benefits of the academy set before you. He also explains that there is a should you also, because you were able to bringing the suspect quite alive, they are more than willing to present you with an additional 300 Lien apiece, so you get another 300 Lien. Just as an additional
Cool.
benefit, as a thank you.
At 1,060.
Alrighty. After Lionheart explains all of the benefits and that these now provide, I assume, Summer, you're probably, after receiving it, probably go back to the board and wish to take a nap.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. But Lionheart then continues. Now, students, also, until the semester begins, as we need to figure out more about this individual, we ask that you stay on the premises while we do a follow-up investigation on the situation. See how things really settle down. So please stay on the academy premises until further notice, or until the opening ceremony of the academy.
Before I fall asleep, I just yell, "No promises."
So with that, Ozpin speaks up. Remember that this is a special privilege to be given such authority. Use it wisely. And remember, it's more than just you out there. You are free to go. And with that, he gestures towards the door. And Lionheart, one more time. Oh, was that a sneeze?
That was a sneeze. That was a sneeze.
Bless you. I didn't. All I caught was the last part of it, and I thought you were actually speaking.
Nope.
So Lionheart, essentially just tries to usher, or in Summer's case, heard you all out, and basically saying if you need anything, the academy grounds are yours.
All right.
Before I leave, I put all the stuff on my hoverboard, put the one on my back so I can carry it all, and I also ask, do we have a forge?
You can talk. You can talk to Ferris Gray, Professor Gray.
What kind of faunus was Didgery, the guy we brought in?
Mouse.
Diggory was a mouse faunus.
Yeah, but
don't forget the lore.
What part did he get? Did he get like the ears or something? Like, what did he
The
get?
tail. So he got the tail, and his face was a bit triangular.
Okay. All right, then. As everyone's walking out, I guess I would, before leaving the room, I'd turn around to Ozpin and Lionheart, and I just tell them, "Oh, by the way, you'll see when you meet him, but I'm not sure if this is concerning or anything, but I think it would be interesting to know."
Go on.
The guy that we brought in was a faunus, a mouse faunus. He had a mouse tail, but there's something else about him, though, that's a little concerning. I'm not sure how it happened, but I just thought it was interesting to bring up. He's got some...
Ozpin stands, and
Okay.
Ozpin stands, and he approaches the door. Approaches you, and is at your attention.
He technically has two faunus parts to him, I think. He has a mouse tail. We know that's his main faunus trait. But on his arm, he has some kind of, like, armor. Some natural, scaly armor.
He chuckles and looks back at Lionheart. Leo, you have to teach your students better what is important information and what isn't. And he looks at you and goes, when you say armor, and it's practically a more or less asking for an explanation.
Okay.
What did
Well,
it look like?
It looks more like scales. It's... As much as I want to call it armor, and it's more like a body part. It's very visibly connected to him naturally. It's not like a piece of... It's not like a gauntlet or anything that he can just take off. it's a natural part of his body, meaning that he has two. If it is a faunus trait, that means he has two faunus traits. And as far as I know, that's not something that happens.
Carrion, was it?
Carrion Almagia.
Pleasure. Would you be kind enough to walk with me to the infirmary so that we might see this individual?
Of course, I would be happy to.
Right. Leo, we'll have a discussion later. Lead the way. And he gestures towards the door, with his coffee, his hand holding the coffee. And Leo Lionheart is just standing there, but, okay. And he follows up. I assume everyone is, leaving the office then?
Yep.
Yes.
I would have
Okay.
been long gone by now.
That's fair.
Are you guys leaving? I'm already out of the room. What do you mean?
I'm already halfway
I can't
across
leave
campus.
the room that I'm not in.
I'm outside eating grass. What do you want me to do?
I'm already halfway across campus.
I'm in Vale. What do you want from me? So you all leave. Lionheart closes the doors behind you. And as Ozpin is walking with you, Carrion, he's certainly a man who holds himself at a... He holds himself well, kind of like a gentleman would. And as you walk, it's almost like this... He's more and more intriguing to you as the further that you go with him. And Doug, you actually feel the same way. But it is up to you whether or not you will to choose to do what you would like.
To follow him?
If you would
Is that
like. But it was
He
basically
extended the offer to Carrion, right? Not to me.
Close enough.
well, it was more of a asking Carrion because he is the leader, but it is inferred that you may do what you wish as long as you remain on
Campus.
the academy grounds. And
I guess I'll follow along then, yeah.
okay. And then Alva and Summer, I assume, have...
Are going on their own little journeys.
We have booked it.
Yep.
Which is fair. So, Summer, what would you like to do initially? We'll start with you.
I'm heading to the tool workshop area, place, and seeing if they have a forge so I can melt down these broken scraps that I got from the first fight.
Okay. So as you go, you go to the workshop itself is mainly it is primarily for tuning weapons and tinkering and trying to repair weapons. There isn't so much a forge as there is kind of like a small crucible that Ferris Gray would have, and that
would be enough for the amount of metal that I need to melt down.
It would take a while, but you could. And when you would get back, Ferris Gray Professor Gray would boisterously welcome you back and try to assist you with whatever you would need. The crucible itself is kind of like a small electrical kind of emplacement in the wall. It's not like one that you would imagine where it's, someone just has a bucket and inside of it is a smaller bucket and inside is just a lot of fire. It's more like a sealed chamber that is used for melting things down with extreme heat, but it's...
I was gonna say, Summer is absolutely like going to be like staring into the fire, just like the entire time, just being like, I like the burning.
And the fact that I would also go there to ransack a bunch of tools to work on the robots and my and stuff, I totally would.
While the camera is on Summer right now, I'm gonna go run to use the restroom. I should be really quick.
Yes, go for it. The everything with Carrion and Doug is going to be handled last, just because I think it might take a little bit of time. But Summer, as you do try to ransack the tools, Professor Gray does try to reel you in a little bit, letting you know what is available, what isn't, and the things that he doesn't mind if they're broken. So that would probably take a while, but anything that you would like to try to do, you may. So this will probably take place over the course of, I want to say, a few hours. Then, if that's okay with you.
Yep.
So go ahead, actually, make me an engineering check. Because you have Ferris Gray, you may make that at advantage if you don't already have it. But if you already have it, you can roll at double advantage.
22.
All right. What would
Nice.
you like? What would you like to be doing with the metal that you are working down?
Well, I'm just melting, with the crucible, I'm just melting down the, scrap metal I got from the first fight when I crushed one of the robots.
Yes.
And then while that's melting, I would be trying to, use the, random scrap, or random, parts that I took from the crate, and try and incorporate those into my, my hammer.
Right. So you do successfully incorporate a few of the pieces. You actually stabilize it. It actually helps stabilize the weapon a bit more. It's so it'll take a little bit longer for it to go wrong, just because the pieces themselves are fairly durable. You know that the knights themselves weren't incredibly durable themselves. However, in the composition of something that's that has a lot of moving parts to it, something that can be a little bit durable definitely helps. So,
Okay.
I would say with a 22, you are certainly able to incorporate it, and anything, any time that you would roll for a anytime that you would roll for a malfunction, you add you subtract 1. So you have a -1 to the for
For the DC?
yes. I guess it would be a +1 for you. So
Yeah.
your value is getting a +1, making it easier for you to maintain the malfunction. Maintain in spite of a malfunction. We'll say it that way. I thought I heard someone speaking. I apologize.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
That's all
Alright.
in your head.
Probably. Are you all even real? Anyway. Alva.
Are we real? Yes.
What do you want to do?
I'm
what would you
going.
like to be doing?
I'll be going to the training room and actually train using my weapon and semblance. So-
Hopefully you get more than a participation trophy next time.
Hopefully. So I
Not
gotta
bad.
train.
All right. So, what is the goal of your training?
Better control on using my semblance to mimic long range attacks, as well as
Making shadows more reliable.
yes,
Okay.
that.
So, I'm going to ask it this way. training your semblance, it takes some time. But how many days are you willing to put towards training your semblance so that you might be able to utilize it for ranged capabilities?
How many days are there that he can train?
What is the minimum and maximum?
So right now, you were informed that the opening ceremony is essentially when you are given. After that is when you're given more free reign. Currently, you have about a roughly 8 days.
Okay, so we basically have a week. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
So how long would you like to be training that? Because it does take some time. And this is and to be clear, this is a very understandable, it's very understandable, so it's not just, I want to do this, it's as a result. So, how long are you willing to train that? Would you like to take the whole time, half the time?
I will take, if I actually could, I would do a whole month of solitary training, but we're not doing that. But full week, whole time.
All right.
No one will see me for a week.
So, I am going to ask you to give me 3 checks then. I want you to roll a semblance check. So, we'll do.
Just name the 3 rolls.
So this will be a semblance check, a resolve check, and finally,
I feel like intuition would be the last one.
Oh, I used defend. My apologies. I picked it.
Damn.
Ouch.
I would say.
Can I use a 19 instead for that?
I'm okay with taking the first one.
And also remember, with semblance checks, you can spend 1 aura to add 1d6 or 1d10.
In this scenario, because it's more for
It's training, and not really like.
It's over a period of time.
Okay, so what's this third one?
Because of the nature of trying to utilize it for long range, I'm going to say a reflex check.
So we got a 19, a 6, and then...
I'm going to use a 19, the 22, and the 14. Okay.
A 19, 22, and a 14. Alright.
Hopefully that gives me good results.
So
You got this.
So the purposes of all these checks, the semblance
really wants to say something.
Ashley dodging.
Casually dodging.
Yes,
I don't know what you mean.
Like I said, I'm willing to take the first one.
19 instead of the crit fail.
So the purpose of the semblance check is to recognize how much control you have over it. A lot of your semblance is more so, it almost feels like an imbuing. So trying to utilize that in a more offensive manner, it's a bit difficult. The resolve is steeling yourself to mentally stay in check, negate frustrations, and focus on your goal. Focus on the goal of utilizing your semblance in a very particular way. And the reflex is primarily for focusing on being able to, we'll say, run and gun. That is essentially what the reflex check is for to kind of represent your ability to kind of focus on something downrange, trying to essentially utilize the semblance in that way. With the 22, over this week you're fairly well steeled. There's a lot of frustration that you're feeling, and the more and more that you train, the more and more that you know that you can get better with this. You know that this is something that is somehow within reach. With the 19, as you continually try to stretch out your semblance's ability, you absorb shadows. You constantly try to take in the shadows around you. The more that you try to imbue that into a more... Now, is it trying to specifically use the semblance as kind of like a long-ranged weapon, or is it more so trying to utilize it more strongly with your ranged weapon?
Using more of a long itself as range itself, not with the weapon. My weapon's fine enough for now.
Fair enough. So this is more so trying to control shadow. That is what this is. Yeah. So you're trying to essentially control shadow.
Yes.
So with the 19, I will give you, the more that you try to use it as a kind of like another gun, I'll say. That's where your mind goes to first, is trying to utilize it as a gun. It doesn't quite work. But with a 19, you're more or less able to see it as you're able to see shadow, and it's like you can, when you are wrapped in shadow, it's almost like you can control. You feel this kind of control that you're able to have, where it almost feels like as you focus and you try to steel your resolve, you kind of feel like you can control the shadow kind of like a snake. But it doesn't get very far, but you know that the concept is there. And with the 14, after you make this discovery, it's trying to focus on that, and it's not quite working, but you still know that concept is there, and you know that if you give more time to it, you likely can utilize this as another option within your arsenal. So that is essentially taking part. That is kind of what is taking place over the week. And there are times where, over this week, that you are visited by Ferris Gray. He is the essentially weapon master, and one of the most adept trainers that you've had, especially. Well, I guess you wouldn't have had very many weapon trainers, but especially when it comes to instructors, he certainly knows how to give wisdom where it's needed. And he does start helping you in this pursuit. His isn't really he doesn't really have more focus on the spiritual side of the combat, but he can definitely give you some solid wisdom, which does help somewhat in this. So you have a very strong groundwork that if you dedicate time to, you are definitely able to progress in.
Yay.
Yes, concepts are there, and it is what is the word I used? It is the proof of concept. That's what it is.
That's better than nothing.
Yes. All right. Now, back to...
Before
yeah,
that,
go ahead.
I just want to ask a question. Is there anywhere to buy supplies like dust and shit from from the academy.
Not quite. However, because of your accomplishment in the mission, you are able to. You do have a. I don't want to say stipend. I don't think that's the right word for it. But you do have access to dust acquisition through Storaya Prism. You do have, with those passes that they gave you, that does give you a special benefit of, at any academy, you're able to get a enough dust in order to experiment with, if you so desire, or if you need it for any kind of before any mission, you basically are able to go to any of the quartermasters. So, or I say quartermaster, but any supplier of essentially school supplies, and dust is a common supply, but it's usually recommended that you bring your own. But they do still have some extra in reserve, especially with Storaya Prism. He handles everything very much like a military, so he's kind of a planner. So he basically has everything you would need, but it's all within reason. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that goes for ammunition as well. So,
All right. Anyway.
After Summer and Ulva take their leaves, and you walk with Ozpin through the academy grounds, and the infirmary is not quite on the other side, but it is that general direction. So, you know that generally where you came in, the entry plaza, the infirmary would be kind of farther down. So you have a bit of a walk to go before you get to the infirmary itself. But as you walk, it's like there's a bit of small talk that tries to happen, and it doesn't quite work. But it's primarily just to lighten the mood as you constantly go on, as you are progressing towards the infirmary. And Doug, you get this awkward sense that that you're still not telling him everything, and he knows it, but he's not pushing.
Is no one even back?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was making very sure that the I was making very sure that he was.
No, I've been back for a minute. It's just the dialogue and stuff was going on, so I didn't want to.
Okay, I did not know.
All good, all good.
Had to double check.
Okay, this is gonna be difficult. What I don't think that anything honestly I could share with him would be particularly like interesting or useful further than I had. So I think I'm just gonna like, yeah, I think it is gonna be an awkward walk as he tries to make me more at ease, and that I feel like I have shared with him everything that I need to share with him.
Well, you do have a something.
What is the I think I'm trying to remember.
The page.
The note?
Yeah, the note.
The page. And not
The page.
Fuck. I don't know this guy. I don't even know Lionheart that well. There is no like trusted adult figure in my life. I'm kind of freaking out about it. So this is a bit too real.
So
He doesn't know him like we do.
So with being a third year student, the teachers have proven themselves to be at least trustworthy to your well-being, which does help you trust them it's not quite as far as you would throw them.
Yeah,
But you would still have some kind of trust with them. The one that's most off-putting would be Prism himself, just because he's certainly someone who he's a jovial sort, but he's definitely someone who feels like they speak a little bit too much of their glory days.
And then I really have no idea who this guy is. This like Oz. I'm gonna mess up.
Ospin.
Ospin. Okay. I was actually.
He's
on
another-
it, but I was nervous.
So this is outside of the game, but
Would I know
as
this?
of right, yes, you would know him because as of right now he is the headmaster of Beacon Academy, which is in the Kingdom of Vale. So we would know him to a degree because he leads another academy.
Yes, he is
Okay.
he is what Lionheart is in Vale. Well, he is in Vale what Lionheart is in Mistral. He is a respected figure in, at the very least, the local government because of his position as a hunter, as a headmaster of a hunter and a hunter academy. They are the hunters themselves. Hunters and huntresses are essentially the lifeblood of the protection in the world of Remnant. They are essentially the
They're like
first. Go on.
They're like a second police force, kind of.
Yeah, no,
To a
I get
degree.
I get that. I get this. This is understandable. I just think that I still wouldn't trust this guy because I barely trust Lionheart. So I'm not. So like, unless this guy has some sort of reputation as being like completely uncorruptible or something like that, I don't think that I'm gonna show him that page.
So
Just
there's
don't be like Ruby.
so
You're
he's.
gonna have to explain that.
You have to watch.
You'd have to watch.
I was
Yeah.
about to say it's one of those things where if you know who the character is, it is less understandable the stance that you're taking. But because you don't know who the character is, it is so much more of an understandable stance. You have no idea.
Yeah.
So it is incredibly understandable why Doug is a hesitant person. All that you know is that Ozpin is incredibly well respected by a lot of people, and I can't actually remember if he does have any like specific accolades as that would really show that he is a good person. But you really wouldn't have that. Everything is off of the word of other people.
Either that or it's like
interact-
top secret.
Yes.
That too, yeah.
And your interactions with him in the academy, in that discussion alone, they were enough to present this idea that he very much prefers having a trying to think of the best way to say it. He would rather you tell him in your own time than force it out of you. But letting you also know that whatever you have is valuable, no matter what it may be. So it's an unusually comforting stance to you, but it wouldn't necessarily put you at ease, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't.
And to be perfectly blunt, he did show up this morning, and you have never met him before in your life. All you have is, this is a very well-known, very well-respected man, and he's talking to me. And he did put his hand on your shoulder as a kind of a reassurance, but that, again, is up to you for determining what that means to you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell him about the thing. He can put me at ease all he wants. I'm not gonna tell him about the page. It's me and Carrion walking with him, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Because
yeah,
he
if
asked
Harry,
me directly to bring him to Diggory.
if I'm gonna look over, I'm gonna like try and like surreptitiously glance at Carrion. Carrion knows about the page. If they think it's a good idea to share it, they could share it.
Fair
Well,
enough.
You got to bring it up to me in game, but like, bring it up to character this time.
Fair enough.
One more once.
Roll for
Um,
deceit.
So as you're continuing on, you do get the sense, and understanding that is very, very understandable. And again, there's this attempt at small talk. It gets shut down pretty quickly because it's very clear that there isn't a lot to actually talk about, especially when it feels like there's something serious. But he still has a relaxed attitude, and he speaks calmly. And eventually, you end up in the infirmary, and it's a genuinely pleasant place. Mistral is very beautiful, and it does have some windows that actually look out over. Also, with being on top of a mountain, you have a beautiful view. There is so much that you can actually see in the infirmary that it actually is quite relaxing, or terrifying if you're terrified of heights. But that's a different story entirely. So, get to the infirmary, and there are a couple orderlies who are kind of tending to Diggory. It seems like he has just kind of been settled down and is kind of relaxing a little bit. He hasn't noticed you yet, and when the three of you do come in, the first person who does notice you is Storai Prism. And he sees Ozpin, and he goes, "Ozpin! It's a genuine pleasure!" At which point, Diggory, you actually see Diggory kind of like look over his shoulder and sees the three of you, and Doug, you would notice that he just kind of shrinks a little bit in the bed that he's resting on. And Storaya is very excited to see someone of Ozpin's repute, at which Ozpin, you're very welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Prism. Now, if you could please direct us to Diggory, was it? Actually, did you actually say his name?
No.
Okay.
So
he
yeah.
Is essentially, please take us to the individual that you brought in earlier today. With pleasure, with pleasure. Seems you have a visitor. And he leads the three of you to the bedside. Now, then Prism lowers his voice a little bit for what it's worth. You might want to be a bit careful. He seems a bit fragile at the moment. And with that, he leaves you at the side of Diggory's bed. And Diggory just looks up very, very sheepishly. And hello. Which it's very much met with a gentle, "Hello, good sir. What's your name?" Diggory, sir. Diggory. It's a pleasure. Now, I'm sure you've already met these two students of ours. And Diggory looks at both of you and nods and kind of shrinks away a little bit when you get a bit closer, Carrion. But he acknowledges you both. Now, we're not going to hurt you. I want you to know that first and foremost. Not while I'm here.
We absolutely would.
That's
Not
why
here.
you're not there. That's why you're not here, Alva.
I mean, I already did kick him in the face once.
You did
I will snap his legs. I will.
again. And
That's why me and Elva aren't there.
Yeah, you guys are great. Really.
Hey, if you want interrogation or torture method, you
Why
got
me
your
and Elva
guy.
are responsible ones. We get
I
shit
will
done.
not condone torture.
Yeah, that's
But interrogation
pretty good
methods.
baseline.
Interrogation methods.
Moving on.
They're legal.
So there's this mild discussion that kicks up between Ozpin and Diggory, and you're both watching this, and it's not so much someone trying to get information, it's someone who looks like they're trying to connect with someone. You know that Ozpin is still trying to get information out of him, but he doesn't immediately address the he doesn't immediately go for the "can I see your arm" stance. It is trying to understand what he's kind of gone through. He starts off asking him generally, where did he come from? What was his family like? It was things that are very, very simple, kind of mundane in any other situation. But as he keeps talking with Diggory, it's almost as if Diggory starts to liven up a little bit more. There are still moments where it's forgetfulness. You still see that forgetfulness in Diggory's face, and he wears it. He hides it very poorly. He wears most of his emotions on his face, and as it continues on and on, he gets to a point where he just can't explain. He knows it was recent, but he can't really explain much of what happened during this one period of time. Not clearly, anyway. And it gets to a point where he remembers creating the Clockwork Knights. He remembers discovering the Clockwork Knights. He remembers information, but he doesn't remember much of the doing. It's kind of like you remember who you saw in the mirror, but you don't know where that mirror was. And it's this unusual experience. And at the point where Diggory starts to really get a bit of frustration, Ozpin just pats his shoulder and he goes, "It's okay, friend. No need to explain further. Might I request to see your arm?" At which point, Diggory just kind of looks down, and it's like he's seeing it again for the first time, and then he remembers. And then he sort of lifts it so that gently, and Ozpin looks closer. And as he's looking, he almost sets the arm down on the table next to it, and he leans in. And the closer he gets, Doug, it's like you are feeling nervous. But you're also anxious to see because you remember looking at this and being frustrated with it, and you're kind of looking and as Ozpin is kind of zooming in on this, you are too. But you don't know why you're nervous. Go on. Did you want to say
No, I was just gonna say you'd be right. I am nervous. But I am I don't know. I'm gonna lock in and see what he sees. See what his reaction to this is.
So, as he leans in, he looks up at Diggory and says, "Do you mind if I handle some of this?" And Diggory is very hesitant and unsure what he means by that, but he nods, and at that point, Ozpin takes out what looks to be it looks to be just kind of like a shoot, what is kind of like a letter opener. It looks almost like that. It's just a small thin. It's just a small thin implement. You're not sure exactly where he got it from, but there are a decent few things that resemble kind of what that is in the infirmary. So you imagine he probably had picked it up somewhere. You're not exactly sure how or why, but how or where, rather, but it looks identical to some of those. But more importantly, he sort of puts it on the edge of the scales. It's not a scalpel, but he puts it on the edge of the scales. And no, Doug, go ahead and give me. Would you say this is more of a? How closely are you trying to get with this?
I'm watching as closely as I can.
Me too. This would be. I brought it up as an interesting point, so I'm totally locked in.
I would say then give me an intuition check, both of you, because you're trying to see what he's seeing.
Fuck.
An intuition check?
Yes, I believe you have that advantage, correct?
I do, and I got a 14 on both. Why? This is
we
like the
both
second
blow.
time this happened to me.
we both blow. God damn it.
Good job.
The funny thing is that both are 4-3. No, that's actually kind of funny.
That's like so insane. Sorry,
The exact same roll twice.
Exact same too. Damn.
All right,
You two need to get better at this.
I also should start sweet talking the dice.
Sweet talk.
I think at this point you're supposed to be sweet talking the website.
Same thing.
Exactly. Anyway,
Whisper sweet nothings into its ear.
so you're trying to look in, and Doug, you're on his one side, which gives you a little bit more access to what he's actually seeing. And Carrion, it's very difficult for you to see what's actually going on because you're on the one side as on the other side. And you kind of see what he's trying to do, but you don't actually see anything that they would be seeing. Doug, you also don't actually see what Ozpin sees. But you are watching Ozpin, and he's holding the Diggory's arm down with one hand and using this instrument with the other. And he pulls, and it's almost like he does get it underneath the scales. And you see Diggory with a visibly flinch, at which you kind of see Oz kind of peeling back a little bit. Ugh. The only thing that you kind of see is this kind of darkness underneath them. You don't get a very good look at it, but the closest thing you can kind of compare it to is kind of like tar, because all that you see is like it sticks a little bit, and then he kind of sees that, kind of feels that Diggory is kind of resisting a little bit more, at which point he removes the instrument, pats his arm, and goes, Thank you very much. I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused. At which point, Diggory is kind of rubbing over where that was, and you kind of see Diggory shiver a little bit.
Would too.
And
I'm gonna be looking at Ozpin like, okay, and
I would.
and
I'd
and
look
what
at him
did that
and just
give
be-
you?
Yeah, I'd look at him and just be like, "What's the diagnosis, doctor?"
It's unusual. Diggory, thank you very much for your time. Get well in your recovery, and try not to make any more death bots. And with that, Diggory cracks a very, very weak smile. And Ozpin gestures to the both of you to follow along.
Alright. I shall go with him.
As you start to leave, Prism tries to catch you as you do. Is there anything I might be able to do, Ozpin? At which point, no, Storaya, thank you. Make sure that Diggory is well taken care of. He's been through who knows what. And very well, Ozpin, very well. And waddles away and tries to, and starts working with the other orderlies, trying to do as he says, very, very diligently, as as Prism is wont to do. So as you begin to leave the infirmary, he kind of gestures to an empty room. A seemingly empty room, and gently asks the both of you to enter. It's a well lit room. It's not like a side thing or anything like that. It's very much just an currently empty sitting room with a decent view of the mountainside, the outside. It's a very beautiful mountain view.
I'm gonna look to Carrion and see if they're gonna follow in. I'm taking Carrion's lead here.
I'm following in.
Yeah. Okay. I'll follow Carrion.
As you enter the room, Ozpin actually notices that there is a coffee maker in here, which he still has his mug with him, and starts to brew a cup. And then, without turning towards you as he's preparing, what did you two make of that?
I don't know. I wasn't able to see much.
Me neither. The only thing I could
Leo.
really get is the guy's reaction.
Leo, you've got to be better with your students. And as the coffee is brewing, he sets the coffee to fully brew and turns around. I wasn't just talking about him, about his reactions. What did you make of our discussion? What do you think you can take away from
It's nothing that we didn't already really know. It's that he didn't really know anything. He seems honestly more like a victim of something else, not like a perpetrator or a villain.
I'm with Doug on this one.
You both are not wrong. However, I meant more along the lines of, as a hunter, our job is to protect people from Grimm. But sometimes we need to remember that who are we fighting to protect? And sometimes we need to realize that those who we fight sometimes are just as much a victim as anyone who could be victimized by the Grimm themselves. Sometimes you need to know someone and connect in order to really, really understand what they might be going through. Just a handy tactic that I've picked up along the way. Now, what did you make of the scales? And he looks at you, Doug. After that, he picks up his... He turns around, picks up his coffee again, and then sits across from the two of you. And crosses his legs.
Sucks that he looked at me, because I really don't know. I
guess I'll answer for Doug.
Have the same amount of info as Carrie, and it's not much.
I don't think... All I can really say, Headmaster Osmond, is that me and Doug are way more confused than we were before. Especially considering that the way that it was attached, I don't think it seemed natural.
There, Carrion. You are correct. It really is not natural. And with that, I'm going to ask again. And please know that I'm not asking because I'm frustrated or mad, but what is it that you're not telling?
Well, he caught our asses, so I'll just look at Doug and just be like, all right, I guess you caught us. Got my hands up and everything. All right, you caught us. We do have one more thing. We didn't think it was super important, which is why we didn't bring it up. And to be perfectly honest, considering the people that we've been dealing with, we have let's just say there's a lot of trust issues. But considering how much effort you're going through to figure this out, including looking at my important fact there, I think we should show you one more thing. And then I'll look towards Doug and just be like, show him the page.
Okay, Doug is gonna very hesitantly take out the page.
I'll just,
right.
And then I'll preface it and be like, while we were looking around, after we beat Didgery, we looked around his workshop, and we found that page in that workshop. We really don't know what it is at all, especially considering the blood marks on it. So, considering that you picked considering that you have at least a good theory on what Didgeridoo's scales mean, I think it's best that we show you this, since you seem to have the best idea of what's going on than we do.
I'll hand it over to Carrion.
Yeah, and then I'll hand it over to Osmond and just be like, what do you think this is?
As you hand it over, he sets the coffee down on a little side table right next to his seat. And he starts... Do you hand it to him face up or face down?
Face up.
Face up? Doug, please give me another intuition check, I believe. This would be something that you're trying to notice.
Be an 18.
18?
Not rolling well today.
Don't you get?
All good.
Oh no, never mind. You did roll
Oh
twice.
yeah, he did the advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. I told you I'm not rolling well today.
So he seems at first when he holds the page, he raises an eyebrow, and it's almost like he's uncertain and kind of inquisitive. He doesn't have the same reaction that Bella had. You don't get the sense that it's because you get more the sense that Bella was very uncertain of things like this existing. And Ozpin doesn't give off that same energy. You get the sense that he is uncertain and inquisitive, and there's like another layer there, but it's hard to tell. But Ozpin looks at the page. He then looks up and goes to the windows and starts to draw the shades. And he sits back down with an air of urgency. Who all have you shown this to?
I'm instantly looking at Carrion.
We really didn't show it to anyone. We showed it to one person because they were taking care of us, and they were one of our information sources for our latest mission. She already knew a lot, so we decided that it would be best just to let her know whatever's going on and see if she knows anything. But she couldn't even look at it.
I see. Carrion, Doug, I have something very important that I need you to listen to. If anyone asks you about this page that isn't myself or Leonardo Lionheart, do not reveal to them that you have this, that you've seen this. I have an inkling that this is unsettling. I won't lie to you. But whatever you do, don't reveal to anyone that you've seen this.
Okay.
All right then. But
Now,
we're
go on.
deep. I think our team is a little too deep into this. Is it all right if we share it with the rest of our team? And on top of that, we need to know if there's any theories you have on what this is. I'll promise that we won't tell anyone else aside from our team. But I need to know what you're thinking about this.
Go ahead and give me a...
Negotiate.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead and give me a negotiation.
20.
I was going to say with advantage.
All right.
Doesn't even matter. 23.
Never mind. It did matter.
It did matter.
So you implore Ozpin, and as you speak, he does seem to. He gives you another look over, and after you're done speaking, well, I think you've certainly earned at least a theory. Right now, I don't have much to go off of. This page, simply put, shouldn't exist. At the moment, I myself am going to have to do some digging. But I promise I will keep you in the loop for whatever I find. But again, you cannot talk to anyone but myself and Lionheart about this.
Not even our team.
Also,
Your
technically,
team
Alvin
already
does-
knows, don't they?
well, Alvin
Yeah.
knows I did not pay any attention to it, so technically, my character does not know.
Yes.
Well, then I would just be like, well, our new team member is. Let's just say she doesn't have the best attention span.
Carrion,
But
you are the leader of your team. I think your judgment on what you can, what you will and will not tell them is placed in good judgment. Whatever you think that you can trust them with, I'll trust you with. You weren't put in charge for no reason.
well then,
I would
as a
say
master
I
of the deal
personally would not.
myself, as a master of the deal myself, then I'll reciprocate your trust, and I won't tell anyone else about this.
Very good. Please understand. Some things should be better left as myth. With that, he
Well, it's
stands up.
almost a myth.
I will answer that question, Echo. Yes. It is Team Cascade. Anyway, so Ozpin then picks up his coffee, stands up, goes back, opens the shades to the late morning sun, and looks at you both. Shall we return? You are, of course, free to... You are, of course, now free to do what you would like, but... Please, join me for another moment, won't you? As he opens the door out, leading out of the infirmary. He seems very much like the energy is now shifted as he is now leading you out.
I'll stay with him for an extra moment. Sure.
I mean, I guess I will. I don't really think of much else that I would do.
So you join him as you leave the infirmary, and the day is now starting to get to midday. You are definitely starting to feel the hunger of the midday, of not only a bit of an exciting morning, and for you two, a bit of an exciting late morning. And as you continue to walk with him, you do feel more at ease, Doug. Not saying that, again, you don't have this trust of him. It's when someone shares information like that, no matter how cryptic, there's a... You also think of what he said before, more so a sense of once you connect with someone, it's a lot easier to get to know them. And with the experience, you get a better feeling about him, which again, not saying that you trust him by any means, but you definitely get a better sense about him.
Where's he taking us? I don't trust. Doug is gonna be slow to trust here. On this
Yes,
guy.
I'm not saying, again, you're not trusting him by any means. I'm not saying, oh, you gotta trust him. It's your husband. It is a... He's confided in you something that definitely feels much bigger than you. If only a little bit. But it's a... You can still not trust him.
Yeah,
But
I
you,
wouldn't say
you
that
don't
I'm-
feel like he's a bad person, per se.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wouldn't say I'm entirely trusting him, just like blindly or anything. But he clearly knows more and he's wise, so I'd be more trusting of him, especially since he's sharing all of this information with us. But again, I wouldn't be like blindly trusting him and just do whatever the fuck he wants. I'd still be questioning it.
He would more or less request, but also tell that he's taking the page. But it was more so implied as I need to do my own research into this. And Doug, you would remember, nothing about that page made sense to you.
Yeah.
And he seems to have some knowledge about it.
Yeah,
And
I
he-
would definitely. Go.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I would tell Doug to give him the page because clearly he has more of an idea than we do. Like we can't make any sense of it, and he can make at least some sense of it, and he has either an idea of where to go or actually has the connections to figure out what the fuck it is.
That just screams bad idea to Doug. That is so
He'll be fine.
like, oh yeah, this thing of like this thing that is like apparently super mysterious and powerful. We just give this over to you. I don't see any way that this could go poorly. It just seems to go. It goes against everything that Doug would want to do. But to be fair, it is Carrion that has it right now, I think.
Yeah, and on top again, like this is probably a better idea than us having it because if we have it, then we don't have anyone that would know what the fuck this is.
But at least we know we're the good guys.
I guess, but like, I don't know. I think
That's my only thing, is that we know we're the good guys.
I think it
we
would
don't
be
know
in character for me to at least. Clearly, he's trying to set up a connection with us, so I would definitely be like opportunistic and use that connection immediately. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of what I already did. Like I basically used Little Green to get more info.
Glad you did.
without even being nice enough to like keep good on my word. Cause fuck that guy. So I think I would immediately try to use this connection, albeit like apprehensively. Because we've just met this guy, but he's still, again, it's apprehensive because we just met this guy. But not only is he indulging our theories, mainly being me with fucking didgeridoo's scales or whatever, and then on top of that, at least telling us a little bit about the page when we had literally nothing about it. again, it's a trust that is like again, it's a trust that's apprehensive. I'm still questioning it, but I'm willing to take the chance here. That, and he's a headmaster, so again, it's probably safer in his hands. Because we know we would know for a fact that if he's a headmaster, he's got to be powerful as fuck.
That is true.
Then, I mean, it's up to Carrion. He's got the thing. I won't stop him. He is the boss.
All right then, I'll give him the page.
Thank you. I know that's not easy. And he looks at you, Doug. It is
And
appreciated.
I'll just look back and give like a little nod, perhaps.
Again, I would just say it to his face. Look, we're still questioning this. Of course, even though you are headmaster of an academy, we still only just met you. But you clearly know more and know where to go for this. And on top of that, that page is probably safer with you than it is with us, and much more useful to you than us too. So I'm willing to take this chance.
Then I will honor this trust. And I will hold to my word. Should I find anything new about this, I will do everything in my power to let you know. Both of you. Or your whole team, if you would like. But I will honor the trust that you have put in me. Would you like some lunch?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
So with that, he leads all three of you to the cafeteria for the delightfully smelling lunch that has been prepared. Is there anything else? This essentially is nothing else is really much said during this. After he collects some food, he himself is going to return to the headmaster's office. He mentions that he still must discuss a few things with Lionheart himself, and that his stay is going to be relatively brief, but he will still be around for a few days. And then he leaves you two in the cafeteria to your own devices. So what would you like to do?
I guess after eating lunch, I would go to Mr. Prism and see if I can, like, haggle some dust off of him.
Right now, he'd still probably be in the infirmary trying to follow Ozpin's letter to a T, however vague it was.
Yeah, true.
So he would be a bit busy, but if you did go to him to ask him, he would give you he would be able to oblige later in the day. But that is something that you are definitely able to do. So what would you?
If he can oblige, then yes.
Yeah.
I
So
need to be as proactive as possible to get more dust.
yes. So now it's not going to be a whole heaping amount of dust, but you are still able to get some dust. So this is we're giving you
Still
enough
an
to
asset.
experiment if you need, but it's not enough to break the bank.
It becomes a permanent asset once I get it, so I don't care.
Yes. So, is there anything particular that you want to be doing with the dust, or is it something simply just...
I would take it to the training center and just experiment with, like, combinations.
Okay. Sort of doing a figuring out what has some interesting effects if it works together. Okay.
Yeah, and possibly, and you know, that would also double as training my semblance to, like, you know, I guess have better control over it and just being able to use it more in general.
Okay. What is driving you to do better with your semblance? What is the overlying goal for training your semblance?
Mainly curiosity. Because I've trained with dust for basically all my life. So, and of course, having the idea that my semblance is directly influenced by dust and combining their effects, I would basically be like a mad scientist. I'd be like incredibly curious as to what I could do with dust, and just again, since I would also know that I have a limited resource, being how many cards I can have in a battle to combine, I would basically be trying to increase like my capacity to use my semblance.
Okay. Is that something you want to work on for the rest of the week, or is that something you want to work on for part of the time?
Is
that something that you want to dedicate a good portion of your day to for the week?
I would. What else could I do with my day, or with the days that we have?
So it's as the days go on, there will be a few things that might be able to come up, but it's nothing that... This is essentially like, you want to make the choice to do this now, because this is kind of like an important moment. This is a point where you're making the decision in the moment to do so, to try to improve yourself to get a head start on the semester and what you could do during the semester. I'm basically saying this is a good moment for you to figure out if this is something that you are willing to expand further on.
I guess since like my training would be much more simpler than Alva's, because all I'm really trying to do, aside from testing different kinds of dust effects, is just increasing my capacity to use it. I'll probably spend half of the time. I'd use 4 days.
All right. Go ahead and would you be seeking assistance from any of the other teachers? There are the one that you would probably the one that you would know would probably help you is the historian and it's hard to say whether or not she's like the dust savant, but she's the one who generally oversees a lot of the dust focused.
Okay.
I don't want to say learning, but that general field.
Like application of like general knowledge of dust and like application and shit like that.
Yes. That is her name is Strixia Page. So would you seek out her assistance in that?
I would.
Okay. So in that case, go ahead and give me a semblance check with advantage.
21.
Right, with a 21, because you're trying to exceed more of what you can control. It is relatively difficult, but with Strixia's assistance, you aren't able to fully control it yet, but similar to Ulva, this is a point where you have a good concept going, where you know that this is very much possible, and it's going to take a bit of work in order to do so. So you can so there's definitely a point where you can dedicate more time to this. You haven't met. I don't think I've introduced
We
you
haven't
to
met
Strixia.
Strixia Page yet.
So, she is a historian, like I mentioned, but she's the very, very typical librarian of you do not mess with the books. She is a short but imposing faunus woman.
I would probably know who they are, right?
Yes, you would, Doug. That's actually I was.
He is the historian. You would.
Yes, you would know her quite well. She wears these thick glasses that really magnify her eyes.
They're probably the person I trust the most. They're probably the adult that I've had the most interaction with.
Yeah, same here.
Most definitely.
Because if she's teaching like general, she's probably like the scientist kind of like type also. So because she's teaching like dust and shit. So
Yes,
she would
it's
probably.
Yes.
I would be spending quite a lot of time with her.
yes. Both of you would definitely have a little bit more instruction. Would basically respect her instruction more so than you would probably Ferris Gray's or any of the other faculty. That because of her ability to understand dust its applications, but also because she's done a ton of research into it. So she's the general historian, but also the sort of the dust teacher, I'll say, for lack of a better term. But she, when you catch her attention, she has these 2 sets of brown and silver crest feathers that stand up behind her ears, and she will always tilt her head one way or the other when being addressed, but you know that she doesn't have hearing problems. So she's this... So... Yes. So as you are so you will be training with Strixia Page and trying to figure out more of this, trying to further expand your semblance. Doug, what would you like to be doing after Ozpin leaves you in the cafeteria? Would you like to do something general? Is there something you want to address immediately, or is there something direct?
Sorry, you literally caught me. As I put a jalapeno in my mouth. And it's a homegrown one. I grew it.
Those are the best
it's way
kind.
Spicier than I expected, and so I'm hiccuping. So sorry if I can't get through the sentence without hiccuping.
No, it's fine.
Didn't realize
Hold the
that
breath
you
for a second, bud.
backyard botanist.
Yeah, I think Doug would go to the library, so he'd probably follow along with Carrion.
Okay, so it wouldn't be necessarily following along with Carrion, but
sorry.
you would. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
understood.
heading towards the library. I probably
Yes.
would want to speak to the librarian, which is probably the adult I would have the most trust in.
Yes. And what is your goal going to the library?
I'm honestly gonna probably just tell everything that happened to the librarian, and get their take on it.
How
guess-
much of everything?
I guess technically Doug is the person. I accepted the deal, not Doug.
Yeah.
He has no obligation.
Yeah,
Doug never did agree.
100%. Because Doug does not trust this guy. Doug's gonna go to somebody he trusts, and I assume the librarian is probably the person I trust the most.
Sure.
Why are you
This
laughing at that? Oh, the person
There's-
that controls the whole building that's full of knowledge? Oh, I'm sure they could have no interesting insight into this.
To be
The
fair,
librarian?
There.
if Doug told me this, I'd be like, if Doug told me this in game, I'd be like, hey, I'm the one with the deal, not you. You do whatever. But that's a good idea.
Everybody else is allowed to do batshit insane things except for Doug, apparently, who does something mildly interesting, and everyone's like, whoa!
It's
You're
not
supposed to be
my.
the paranoid one.
No, we're
I
not like,
sim-
to be fair, we're not surprised or anything. We just find it funny.
I am just letting you. I am needing context for how much you are discussing and revealing.
That's so hard because I don't know the character of the librarian yet. I have to like sort of.
The relationship with the librarian would be one of, especially because Doug is a very well-read person. There is a very special. This is something I've also noticed. There's a very special bond between people who are very diligent in their studying, as well as the relationship between those who study and those who librarians and their students.
Yeah.
There is usually a special bond there, but so that is something that I definitely recognize. I imagine
I think honestly, what I would do is I would go and say that I'm not really supposed to tell them that, and like and sort of try and like go through the conversation, but without have them guide me through the conversation in such a way that I would be giving them information without maybe necessarily entirely breaking the spirit of the deal, I guess. I don't know. Like, I think I would be honest in saying that I'm not supposed to tell them, but I want to tell them anyway and see what their response is.
Okay. So you approach the library, and as once you enter, it is a fairly large room. Being a library, it has the many the smell of old books hits you like a very fond childhood memory. And you enter in and you see the thick shelves of the sturdy wood as they line not only the walls but some of the floor. And in front and center of the library, you see the librarian's desk, and you see books piled high in front of it, to the side of it, and it looks like there's been there's some follow-up, the finishing of some we'll say pre-semester cleaning going on in the library. And when the doors open, you hear from behind the desk, and you actually see the little Professor Page's feathers pop up. If you're looking for books, we're not quite there yet.
No, Professor Page. I'm looking for you.
Oh? And you see pop up. You see the thick glasses, the brown hair, the messy brown hair, and you see the primarily the glasses peeking up over the desk. Oh, it's Doug. And she stands up, and she is very much she's about half your size. But which not quite, but essentially gets the sense of that. Imagine someone 4 foot, imagine someone 6 foot, essentially the same thing. And she kind of comes out from from behind the desk and comes up to you, and it's a very good pleasure to see you again, Doug. Always studious, always studious. It is good to see you.
I nod. It's good to see you. It's good to see you as well. I'm gonna be like stymied. I don't really know how to approach the topic. I sort of look around and I'm like, can we discuss something in private?
Oh, absolutely. And she leads you back to the back of the library. You pass many shelves
I'm sorry,
Um,
this is derailment, but why are you making everyone like Irish to a degree?
Oh, she's not Irish.
You're making it sound like it's Irish.
A lot of people,
Oh, that's not the
you're giving
intent,
a lot
I'm
of people
sorry.
An accent.
Like, come on. If anyone needs to be Irish, I'm Irish.
You gave Bella a pretty thick ass accent,
Yeah.
and now this one it's not as thick, but it's definitely very noticeable.
That is actually
no characters.
I'm
That is
sorry
not
for
the intent,
derailment,
it
but
was-
I needed to know. Why is
Mel, do
everyone
you need
Irish?
me to grab a voice actor for you? Do you need
All
me to grab
women are
Gio
Irish. No.
for you?
No. It's merely just my own accent bleeding through. So I do apologize. That is not the intent. Hers is
Good enough. That's all I
There's
need
a
to
bird
know.
accent.
she's a. I mean, she's very to the point, and she's. Yes, so it's. I apologize. That is not the intent.
Okay,
Use
chat.
bird-
Anytime you
bird
hear a female, it's going to be immediately Irish. An Irish female.
I'm just going off on this.
I mean, it's funny. Anyway, so you do note one thing I do want to note. There are a lot of books around. There has been more of a stance for having some digital things that can be accessed by scroll, but this is most of the books in here are still books. They're not some digitized thing meant to be compiled a lot in a small place. So a lot of this has been maintained for a long time, and the love for each one shows. But as you go through as you get to the back of the library, there is a big wooden door with a handle about halfway down, which the Professor Page, she opens the door and gestures for you to go in with her. Would you like tea?
I nod enthusiastically.
So she sets some hot water on, prepares the cups, and. So what would you like to discuss? What would you like to discuss, Doug?
Well, I don't know if you know, but me and my team just returned from a mission, and it's left me with a lot of questions.
Questions are good. Questions are good.
There's things that happened on the mission that I don't think I'm supposed to speak to you about. I don't really trust the people that asked me not to tell you though. Or not to tell anybody really.
Interesting indeed. Interesting indeed.
But I can ask you at least one question that maybe you can answer that nobody else has given me a satisfactory answer for. Have you ever heard of a Grimm that could speak?
Only fairy tales. Only fairy tales.
I am gonna grasp onto that because nobody's even acknowledged it as even a fairy tale. And I'm gonna. What kind of fairy tales? What are the fairy tales?
Children's stories. Simply just warnings and moral judgments.
Like?
Krampus for Christmas. It's just a talking Grimm for fucking Krampus in RWBY.
Oh.
That's not at all canon at all.
That's not it. That's not
That is
canon.
just something I came up with out of nowhere.
Damn.
So, only story that comes to mind comes to mind. Would you like to hear the whole story, or do you just want to?
I'm listening. Like, yeah. Like, I want to know. Nobody's even said anything about the Talking Grimm before. Like, I asked Osmond, and he's like, no, it doesn't exist.
So, she kind of cocks her head a little bit more so than she usually does. And she goes behind her desk, and she has, you know that she usually keeps a little pile of books for, that it's her own personal collection of books, and you know that she's actually gone down into Mistral and actually read for at schools for young children, and she takes out this one book. It's not really a picture book by any means, but it does have some illustrations, as she explains. But she takes it out, and for saving it, I guess I'll ask it this way. Do you want to hear the fairy tale read as Strixia Page, or do you want Belle?
You can give
to
me
read?
a synopsis if you want. If it's like a children's book that I can flip through in a few seconds, then yeah, you can just tell me what's in it if you'd rather.
So it's like a Grimm tale where it just kind of keeps going and going and going. That's not true at all.
Okay.
But if you would like, I could tell you the story.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit anxious right now as a player because I'm like, am I chasing down leads that are just like, am I just chasing down false leads right now? Is what I'm doing useless? Like, as a gamer, as a meta gamer, that's what I feel.
It's more useless to think of such things, because each thing that you discover is still something you discover.
Yeah, that's sort of my thought process, is like, this is the person with probably the best like historical knowledge, and they're giving me, and this is the first I've heard of this sort of thing, so it seems like I'm going down a good path if I found something that talks about Talking Grimm. So yeah, you don't need to like do the whimsical tale as like a whimsical tale if you don't want. You can just tell me what's in the book, the fairy tale.
I kind of want to do the whimsy.
Oh, then go ahead, do the whimsy, duh. Yeah.
I want to make sure everyone else is okay if I do the whimsy, though.
I'm okay with it.
I settle in for Belmar story time.
Right. So I will save you the unless you would also like to hear it as Strixia Page, in which case it's going to be a lot worse for me. But
no, you could do it however you would like.
So
Whimsy would be Strixia Page.
Whimsy would be Strixia Page? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mr. Whimsy.
She definitely would. She sounds like a very nice lady. She would probably read those books to children herself.
Well, much grown children, but sure.
Also
Still,
fair.
that's the most whimsical thing that you could do.
Yes. Should we
Okay.
get some fairy tale music up and running? I wonder.
I don't know if that's necessary.
We definitely do now, because you're telling us a story.
I am telling you a story. I am definitely telling you a story. I don't have music prepared, but if all of you would like, this isn't actually something that I fully prepared for. I didn't prepare for this point, but so I don't have the music.
I got music.
Okay. So, if you want music, you can go to Alva's stream. Okay. So, Strixia Page takes this tome. It is a bit of an older tome, and she opens it, and it's not a super thick volume, but well, it starts as all stories do. Once upon a time, in what we know as Vale today, there was as all often there are, a man who fell in love. And this man, he loved his wife. Loved his wife dearly. Yes, he did. One day, simply one day, someone gave him a very, very powerful thing. Very powerful pendant. He did not know what this pendant did. Just that it was very, very powerful. As he started to explore more and more what this pendant would do, he discovered he was able to talk with people in a way that no one else could. He then noticed he was able to speak with creatures the way that no one else could. And his wife, at first, loved him more for it. But times, as often do, he started seeing more and more potential, what more he could do. And one day, he got this terrible, terrible idea. This terrible idea he gave to his wife. And his wife shivered. His wife tried to tell him, "Do not do it," she said. "Do not go and do this thing, for surely it would mean your destruction. Surely it would mean your death." The man, always wanting more, seemingly wanting more, seeing something as something he could control, he ignored his wife's warnings. And he decided, I must go and speak to the Grimm. I must figure out what they can do, what they can say. I must see what they have to offer. Surely this will give me more power. Surely this will give me more strength. Surely this will give me more. And one day, that fateful day, that man, he left the safety of his village and started going further and further into the forest. He felt like he was prepared. He did. He heard the howls of the Beowulfs. He did. I can speak to them, he said to himself. Surely this will give me power over them. Surely this will give me an idea of how to control them. Yes. His mind started driving towards control, towards power. He did. He went further into the woods, and he found a small hovel. I'm tired, he said, and he rested in the hovel. I am surely wise for this. What more could I get from this? This magnificent pendant, it allows me to speak to animals. It allows me to speak to others clearly. Yes, it does. I am tired, he said. And he sat down, and he fell asleep. In his dream, he thought of himself speaking whimsically with the Grimm. He thought to himself, surely this is what would happen. Surely this is what would happen. I can speak to the Grimm. Nothing bad can happen to me. And then the man felt a chill. He felt a chill. He did. He opened his eyes, and before him, in his little hovel, was a Beowulf, staring at him. Staring intently at him. Staring very, very harshly at him. And the man started to speak. The man started to speak, he did. I can speak to you, he said. I know how to speak to you, he said. I can speak to you, he said. And surely this means that I have power over you, he said. The Beowulf looked back at him, and the Beowulf laughed. Surely you do not think such foolish things, it said. It did not move its mouth, it didn't. It did not. Surely you do not think such foolish things. For we are Grimm. For we are Grimm. And the man kept thinking, no, surely that is foolish. Surely that is foolish indeed. Surely, the man said to the Grimm, there is more that I could do. Surely this gives me some power over you. And the Beowulf smiled its ugly smile. Power, it said. Power you want. Yes, said the man. Power indeed. Power over you. Foolish, said the Grimm. But I can take you to someone who does. Someone who can teach you. Someone who can teach you power. And the man, dumbfounded. Surprised, even. Why am I surprised, he said. This is power. That is what I want. Power, said the man. I will follow you. The Beowulf smiled its ugly smile and said, then follow me in deeper into the woods you will. Deeper into the woods we will go. And as the man stood and followed this horrible Grimm deeper into the woods, nothing was really ever heard from by the man again. However, years later, the poor woman that was once his wife, that poor, poor woman, she went to the woods, to the edge of the woods, she did. She saw something she did not want to see. She saw a Beowulf sitting there, staring at her from the edge of the forest. She froze. She did not know what to do. She could not protect herself. But all the Beowulf did was smile. And then the Beowulf walked back into the woods. She saw something glittering on the ground, she did. She approached, and on the ground was the pendant. The pendant that was given to her husband so many years ago. And that is the tale with the only known speaking Grimm.
Is there
Apparently there's
any?
a magical amulet?
Yep, that's exactly my thought. Is we gotta find this lady and get that, or the descendants of this lady and get that pinned down.
I did say it was a Grimm fairy tale.
Is there,
I gotta admit, the song I picked, fucking, it kept on going to the right tone of music every time you switch to something different. I think I did good on music. Fuck.
is there any truth to this? To the story? That's what I'm gonna ask.
All fairy tales start with some kind of truth. They do. This
Do we
one,
know
though.
where this? Oh, so go ahead.
No, this one, though. From Vale, it's from. Yes.
From
I
the
don't know
city.
why I decided to start. No. From the region.
Okay. Where? Do we know like the approximate like location?
It's a very old tale. It's very hard to tell. Some think that it was from the eastern side, where the woods grow thick. There were some settlements that tried to be established there. But this is a very, very old fairy tale.
I think that like I look at her and I'm like, what do you think of that story? I can't explain much, but I need I can't explain much, but I need to know as much as I can about that story that you told me. I need to get to the grain of truth that's at the center of it.
Well, at the center of the tale, beware powerful gifts.
I think about the paper, the book. I know I don't have it, but I think of that as like a powerful in relation to beware of powerful gifts.
Like the page.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Sometimes we need to be careful with the things that we are given.
I'm gonna nod at her and I'm gonna like take out a map and be like, could you mark on this map the locations where you think that story might have originated? I want to take this back to my team and see what they think of it.
She squints a little bit, which is accentuated by her glasses. You seem troubled, Doug.
I look
What's
at her.
wrong?
I look at her and I'm like, I saw a man driven mad and then go from mad to sane. I saw things in my dream that I feel are too real but also too insane to be real. I
Something like a talking Grimm?
I like nod and I'm like, something like that very much.
I don't know where, but give me some time, and I will find out where. Don't you worry.
Thank you. Like, very gratefully, Doug is gonna thank her. Like, incredibly gratefully.
You should also ask her if she's heard about anything that's similar to the amulet in the story.
That's sort of where I want to go to the location, because I think that wherever that is going to be where the amulet might be located, because we know it ended up back in that lady's hand.
Yeah, but that was also a long time ago from the story, so...
And also,
it
that's in a
been...
completely different kingdom than the one we're in.
Man, I really wish that Summer was here to give me that idea, because Doug does not have that idea.
Again, like, going to Vale would be an entire fucking thing.
Yeah, that'd be an entire other arc.
Like, if we were to go, like, because there isn't really, I guess there would be transportation between, but, like, even then, transportation would not only not be cheap, but it would also take a while.
Yeah.
But isn't Osmond from Vale?
Yeah.
Yeah, he could take us back with him.
I'll think that how that works, but
Can he teleport? Is that
no.
Sorry, I was not expecting that question, but I know exactly the mentality that would lead you to that to that question. I love that.
Very true.
What? Can he teleport?
He's got magic.
Yeah,
can't
and you're
he
like, oh, he
teleport?
can't take us back. Like, I don't think it works like that. Like, okay, I guess he has a teleport for one. Well,
He cannot
Either way.
teleport.
either way, she is researching that sort of stuff, and I'm gonna go back to the team and relay the story and information that I got to the team. Yeah, that's Doug's moment.
Before you leave the librarian's office, Strixia Page just looks at you behind her thick glasses that magnify her eyes immensely, and you see a genuine concern. Don't push yourself too hard, Doug. something else you need to remember is that sometimes knowledge is just as dangerous as naivety.
I look at her, like, extremely quizzically. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, knowledge protects us.
It can. Knowledge can certainly protect. Yes, it can. But sometimes what we know pushes us to do things that might drive us insane. Be careful.
I nod, like, kind of a little bit blown away that the librarian and my mentor would say, like, to, like, be wary of knowledge. Like, that is something that's gonna be really, like, resonating in Doug's head.
Well, it's more so because of the... You would probably more so understand that there's concern, and with everything that you've just discussed, there is a... She does value knowledge, and that knowledge does protect. There is still that absolute. She's merely just giving you this information as a be careful, just as a general be careful.
Yeah, Doug gets that, but given his mental state, it's sort of ringing in his head. That's sort of what I'm saying. It's like, while he is, like, so hyper focused on figuring out what this thing that he saw in his dream is, that he's like, that is a real wake up call to him, and he's going to be worried that, like, oh, is this obsession with finding this thing in my dream maybe a symptom of the dream itself? Like,
Okay.
Also, that
sort of this, like,
I know you
recursive
don't-
paranoia.
I don't know you trust. I know that you don't, like, really trust Osmond, but I would think that, like, his quote earlier that some things are meant to just stay hidden would also be, like, resonating with you after hearing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, so then you go on.
Yeah, I'm gonna return and talk to the team. I think that's
No, I was
gonna
just
be
gonna-
the most important.
I was just gonna say this is really funny. Doug and me are having actual character development. And
I
there's
would say
Alvin.
Summer and I would say Summer and Alva are too.
What?
Summer's
Yeah, I
doing
guess-
Summer's doing some interesting stuff with the forging and things.
True.
Your character development is changing anything with your hammer, Summer. That's essentially your character development.
Yeah, your character development all goes into your hammer.
Yep.
I care development
Which is-
is
which is-
shadows. Yippee!
Yes, I find that going and trying to improve yourself through essentially your spirit, I would say that's,
So I have one question.
I have one answer.
Over all the time that's passed in this day, would I have regained 6 aura?
Yes. Yes. So you're
Okay.
all basically at
You
some
would've
kind of
gained it
rest.
long ago.
Yeah, so you would have
Well, no, I used aura at the beginning of the day to bring the robots.
yes, for the clones. I would say over the period of utilizing the crucible in the weapons workshop, I would say so. There's again, you're kind of at rest. You're still working, but you're not in any danger. So aura would have regained by now.
Okay, because I want to use my aura.
Yes, so that was actually another thing. You essentially had just kind of like a day. So going, would you all like to convene first and then go from there, or what would you like to do?
Do we, like? I vaguely remember this from one of the first sessions. Do we, like, share a room?
Yes.
Yeah. We have bunk beds.
Okay, that's what I
Yep.
thought.
We have bunk beds that we improvised.
I think I'm gonna
Yes.
wait
Somehow.
in the room and, like, wait to talk with everybody, like, when we all sort of wander back.
Okay. I want to try and activate the robot again.
I was waiting for it.
Oy, oy. Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't
so,
know anything about this. Gotta just tell myself that.
You wouldn't know anything about what?
About what Summer is about to do.
Then
I'm
where would you-
having to just tell myself that.
Where would you be doing this summer?
This would be immediately after working on my hammer. So
Okay,
we'll still
so you would-
in the workshop.
So you've basically just been carrying around this automaton the entire time?
Yeah, I've been carrying all the robots the entire time on my hoverboard.
That sounded mildly accusatory. I meant it genuinely as a question. I just wanted to know that, and I apologize if it came across any other way. When you more or less finish up with your hammer, you're kind of waiting for the metal to fully cool. You're able to like mold it and whatnot, and as you're intermittently going through and waiting for everything, you intermittently try again and again for utilizing your semblance with the Clockwork Knight.
Yeah, do I make a semblance check?
Yes. So because you've already had an idea of how this works, I will say you will have advantage at this. And just again, let me know how much aura you want to spend trying to infuse a semblance into the night.
Okay, so roll.
At advantage.
Yeah, I rolled
Oh, wait.
twice. That's a 19. I put in 10 aura, and then I use 1 aura for empower. So that is 1d6.
All right, go ahead.
1d6. 25.
Ooh.
Yes, that's a pass, isn't it?
So
Is it though?
So
the
Ferris.
DC 30, -5 because it's -1 for every 2 aura spent, and I rolled a 25 total.
Yes, so Rakugan, it would be 25 versus 30, which the DC would then, would decrease because this is a very, very difficult thing. Yes, that is essentially how it goes. So
I did it.
This is crazy. This is actually insane that you just did
I was
that.
expecting it
No.
to take at least 3 tries.
Oh no.
So
I still have
Ferris-
1 aura.
So Professor Gray is sitting there and he's watching you intently, and he's very, very interested in what he sees this bronze automaton, essentially, this clockwork thing, just sitting on one of the tables that you just quickly brush things off to set it on. He's a little upset that you shoved a bunch of his tools off, but that's, he can clean that up later. He sees as you... Yeah, they're replaceable, obviously. So he sees as you put it on the table, and you focus, and you do what you did this previous morning, and you focus, and you focus, and you focus, and it's kind of like... Would you say you have more of a pink aura or a purple aura?
I'd say it'd be like a purplish pink.
All right, so it's
More
that
purple.
lovely mixture in between. So a very light purple.
Yeah.
And as you're focusing and you're kind of infusing your aura into this thing, you start seeing Professor Gray, he's watching you, and if you were to open your eyes, you would notice that your aura is almost kind of coming off as like a mist and wrapping itself around essentially the heart of this thing. And you start hearing the winding up of gears, this ticking noise, where you remember what Carrion had said before, and Doug, where the dust was supposed to be for this thing to for it to effectively work, and that's where you're focusing. And as you do this, the ticking starts to get greater and greater and greater, and then as you kind of let off, it's as if now the thing is actually, you start seeing you look to its head and you see that its eyes are starting to glow a little bit brighter and brighter and brighter in that same color. And you stand back, and if you would like it to, it sits up.
Yes, I will it to sit up.
It sits up and it's looking at you.
Yes! I just start jumping for joy.
At first, it actually gets up and starts to jump with you. As kind of like you feel a connection with this you still have a connection to your aura. So it's almost like the connection is there. So like this thing has your aura in it.
Okay, I pack up everything I have onto my hoverboard, and then I head over to the dorm room.
Okay.
With the robot.
Okay. So, you said you have one aura left, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to ask you to make another semblance check for me.
Uh-huh.
And this I will not reveal the DC to you.
Okay.
Okay. So, as you essentially pack everything up quickly. Do you have the I'll call it the Clockwork Summer. Do you have that on the board with you?
No, I have it walking with me.
You have it walking with you. Okay. So you get to the dormitory, and it is still walking with you, but you do notice that its eyes and color are starting to fade a little bit.
Also, Doug should be there, right?
Yes. So you get into the dormitory, and Doug, you actually hear the ticking first.
Oh God.
Which is an unpleasant noise.
Doug would freak
the
the
sounds of
fuck out
ticking.
immediately.
Yeah.
And you see in the hallway, approaching the room, Summer on her hoverboard, followed by a Summer aura-colored... Sorry, say again?
I'm pushing my hoverboard with all the other robot parts on it.
So you see Summer pushing all of these things on her hoverboard, but then you see the Clockwork Knight, with eyes that are glowing a color that you can basically just point as Summer. That is basically her. And you remember both of your discussions this very, very early this morning, and she got it to work.
I'm gonna rush over and be like, how did you get it to work?
I did it! And as I say that, I would probably run out of aura and it would fall over.
It starts to stumble, but it doesn't quite fall over just yet. But you do see that it is starting to fade.
I just did everything that I heard Carrion talking about where dust was supposed to be and what everyone else was saying, and I just focused, and it just worked.
That's incredible. How
But
many
now
do you
I
think
have-
you could do at once?
Right now, only one. And currently only temporarily. I don't have enough aura to sustain this.
Well, how do we train your aura?
I do not know. That is
could
like
prac-
actual out of game do not know.
That's in game and out of game. Do not know.
Yeah.
So in game, a lot of when it comes to training semblance, it's more so training your semblance and a connection with your spirit, because your semblance is essentially a reflection of your person. It is who you are. And
Okay, I
with-
feel like that would be like that would for me that would be the more I develop my hammer.
well, for you, a lot of it is the more that you put your mind specifically to something, the more that you are able to, I don't want to say control, but a lot of kind of how you are is you're very methodical. You very much think of a lot of different ways to do things, but when you set your mind to something, you are doing it.
Yeah.
And your semblance itself is, it focuses a lot on kind of, the best way I can say it is proxying yourself. And it would just be a lot of, you get the sense that it would just be a lot more practice with what you already are doing, because it's the more that you try, the more you focus on something, the more successful you usually are.
Okay. So me actually just activating the robot is essentially me practicing with my aura.
Yes. Which, by the way, you may continue to work on as the week goes on.
Yo, I genuinely was not expecting that to work, especially when I rolled the 19.
Good job.
I wasn't expecting you to try last session and the last episode, and here we are now.
I also wasn't expecting to get so one off with the last episode as well.
Well, here we are. So you take everything into your room then, and the junk does tend to take up a lot more space, and it does sort of encroach on kind of the rest of the room. But you stow it, and after a few more moments,
I'm just gonna put it under Carrion's bed.
Wait, what? What, under my bed? I was not paying attention.
I put all the robots underneath Carrion's bed.
I like that idea.
I'd be cool
Wait,
with that.
did Carrion have the top or bottom bunk?
He had the
Had a
bottom
top
bunk. Oh, you had the bottom bunk? Or top
I
bunk?
that
was
mean
at
you
the
put it-
bottom, bunk.
Okay, so whoever is sleeping underneath Carrion, under their bed, or did you just put it on that bed?
I thought Carrion was bottom.
Technically under my bed would be on someone else's bed.
Alva, did you choose top or bottom bunk?
I was bottom bunk.
Okay, then I put it on Alva's bed.
My bed.
You're not here.
Dead?
You're not there right now, Alva. You're currently
Fuck.
training.
Ooh.
So-
yeah. Fuck. My bed.
So
You're about to get like robot grease all over your bed sheets.
I would come back with it being all oily. It's like, oh no. I gotta wash
I mean,
my oily
surprisingly,
sheet.
they're clean. Surprisingly, they're relatively clean.
They still
But-
leak oil.
Only if there's a problem.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, basically, going forward, you may focus on training, your semblance further. Kind of like what Rakugan said, where it's kind of like a, kind of like the spiritual and physical training kind of thing.
What that also means for like 10 minutes a day right now, I can have an extra helper working on my hammer.
You may have a much more tangible, durable puppet helping you with your hammer.
You know, it would
Well,
be so
The
cool.
thing is, with the robot, I don't have to be meditating to have him help me.
It'd be
Yes.
so cool if you got it so maybe the robot was part of your hammer.
That is future plans. Me and Bill have already discussed that.
Hell yeah.
I have forgotten that, and I'm starting.
And-
I am
and I have
chuckling
enough-
because otherwise I would cry.
And
What
I
if
have
it could
enough
pop-
heart to do both.
What if it could even use the hammer too? Like, what if it could come out of the hammer and then use the hammer? Or
Oh,
even throw
no.
it to you or something.
Doug, shut it. Don't give her ideas.
Oh,
You're
wait.
she's about to go on a spiritual journey about making a Megazord. The more you
My
keep
God,
talking.
damn it.
That's awesome.
That gives me an idea.
Doug, shut
When
up.
the robot has my aura, it could technically do what we were talking about after last episode, Bell.
Oh no.
Oh god. I don't like that.
Dog,
Could you
I fucking
project
hate you.
Could you project your aura through the robot into another robot?
Doug, shut the fuck up.
Doug, stop giving her ideas, please.
Doug. I know I'm not there, but
guys aren't there.
shut up spiritually.
I mean, is this actual discussion? Because if
Yes,
so, I'm
this-
letting it happen.
We don't need to be there.
Yes, this is in character nerd conversation. You,
All right, carry on.
brought-
Carry on. I'm sitting back and I have my popcorn.
You two brawn.
I do not
shit
know,
out.
but I also don't think I have enough aura to do that. I think I only have enough aura to power one robot at the current time.
I know, but the more we like strain your aura, the more we work out your aura,
Yeah.
the
The
better
more
it
we-
fit.
The more, once I have more aura, I will be able to do that, and then I can have more robots and have the robots power the robots.
Yeah. I wonder if that's partially what he was doing, since he had seemingly was powering the robots that were further away from him.
Yeah, and he also ran out of aura, so maybe I can figure out what he did to.
Oh!
substitute-
Is there a way
To-
to bank aura? Is there a way to like is there like a something that you can use to like store aura?
After Doug says that, I hop on my hoverboard and head over to the medic bay. I want to talk to Dickory.
I'm gonna follow along. with someone.
Everyone else is now along for the ride, apparently.
God.
I love
Yeah.
this. All right, so
Yeah,
one moment here. All right, we can discuss that question after we go
I'm
through
surprised
this,
you
if you'd like to.
yeah, that's
I'm
why
surprised
I
you didn't make
didn't
that
DM.
obvious immediately like I did.
Honestly, I really should have, but
For all the people in the audience, Alva just asked what's his capacity for a semblance.
Yes, so that is something that we can
a
either
really
discuss.
key thing that you should have.
the one
we can either
I only
discuss
did
that-
doing one at a time. No one really asked, like, why are you doing only one attack every once in a while, and having to reabsorb
know,
a shadow?
but,
No
like,
one asked.
I know, but like, brother, this should have been written out already.
So we can.
It was
discuss
last
that.
minute. Yeah,
Let's
that's why
discuss that right
DM keep going.
yeah, we can discuss that after stream, just to kind of smooth things out. There.
That's good.
So yes, so Summer and Doug are now finding their way, going to the infirmary. This is now mid to late afternoon. You're starting to get to the point where the sun is now starting to start getting low in the sky, and you make it to the infirmary, and Storia Prism is no longer there. He has other duties to attend to. So, Doug, when you come in and you have Summer in tow, the orderlies get a bit nervous, but they address you and they ask you what you would like.
I'm here to find Dickory. I just need to ask him a few questions.
We're here to do some research on the way that he was.
Yeah, I have some engineering questions for him.
Please don't. He's resting right now. He's just finally had some restful sleep, it looks like. So please, you can come back tomorrow, but he's sleeping right now.
Was able.
One more time, you cut out.
Oh, don't worry about it. I just was saying why we were there. Don't worry about it.
I feel my character would really want to just burst past them and wake him up.
I say I'm gonna stop Summer and be like, how about we leave him a note?
Fine.
Right. So the orderly will take a note, and they will put it by the bedside. You are recalling that Diggory is certainly an older gentleman. So this isn't an unusual thing, but it is a. So, just as a reminder, so you leave a note with the orderly, and was there anything else?
Ask one of the medical staff if they can send someone to come get me when he's awake tomorrow.
They can certainly do that.
They're not messengers, man. They're not messengers. They're doctors.
Yeah, I'm asking if they can send a messenger.
Okay. I think that's pretty reasonable.
They certainly can. Through the scroll. That is more than doable. They are asking why you would like to know, why you want to speak with him.
I just have some engineering questions about the robots and how they work and all that.
They give you a quizzical look because they don't know what you're talking about, but they just kind of allow it.
And then I pull out one of the core parts from my pocket because I still have some, and I'd be like, this thing and everything it was attached to. I'm asking about this stuff. You guys don't know about it, but he does.
They look at you still quizzically because that is just as foreign to them as everything you just said.
Like I said, you don't know what it is, but Dickory does.
They say that they agree. They will help. They will send a notification through your scroll.
I can't explain it any better than that. I don't have the actual robots with me right now.
They nod and then they start to gently try to escort you out.
Okay, well, I head back to the dorm room on my hoverboard.
All right. Doug, is there anything else you would like to do today?
No.
Carrion,
Yeah.
is there anything else you would like to do today?
Well, I said I'm doing semblance training for 4 days.
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to... Is there anything you would like to do before the evening? Like, I know that there was a discussion of before going back to the dorm room to talk about things. Was there anything else you would like to try to do aside from the training?
Professor Quizum to get some dust.
Yes.
Are we gonna, like, so what do we do about that? Are you just gonna give me do I get to pick one, or are you going to like spin a wheel or some shit?
No, it would be by request.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I go get some dust.
Okay. So,
From Mr.
So-
Prism.
So before heading back to the dormitory, you do go to the Storaya's Prism's whole general sphere of influence kind of stems from the the groundskeeping shed, which doubles as the secondary way into the storage area for any kind of weaponry, anything that would be related to that. A lot of the higher risk items that might find their way into the academy. And it would be on the same side of the academy as the weapons workshop, as well as the training grounds and whatnot. So you would find yourself on the other side, and as you go about entering in, you would actually see Storaya Prism himself carrying his signature rake, as he is sort of marching along to his own tune, kind of jauntily, and he would see you coming along to the shed. Carrion, what can I do for you, young man?
I was just wondering how your day's going. Also, can you give me some dust?
Straight to the point as always, I see. And he just completely disregards the comment of well wishes. And he kind of brushes past you and goes into the shed. I say shed. It's kind of like a storage building. And he gestures for you to follow along, and he has you follow him through. You smell the different smells of the gardening tools, used gardening tools, and all the different accoutrements for gardening, like the you see and smell all these different things meant for helping it grow and all that nonsense. And you don't really care. He's leading you to essentially where he goes in to get the dust. It's just easier for him at this point, so he just opens the door. With the door is still very fairly guarded. He pulls out some keys and has to pull it up in pad and thumbprint and eye scanner, all that. That's a lie. He just pulls out a key.
I thought you were gonna go with there's like some missile launch codes, multiple turnkeys need to be turned at the same time, 5 different switches in 5 different corners of the kingdom need to be flipped.
You're almost there. It's a Mistral key needs to be flipped. But,
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Anyway, so he leads you in, and you see kind of like this small warehouse full of things. And there's a desk right there that works as he calls it his quartermaster's quartermaster's hub. So he goes along and looks at you as if to ask, well, what would you like?
just gonna like take a nice whiff and just be like, the smell of home. So what kind of what types of dust do you got?
Well, it's not. I might have as many types as I need. What are you looking for?
I really want to bolster my semblance here with something, but I'm not sure what I could use.
I also sent
You got it.
Karen a message through Scroll asking if he can pick you up green dust.
Well, I guess I'm taking. I would like notice the message and just be like, all right, well, I guess I'm taking some green dust.
The green kind. Oh.
But but that would be for Summer. Apparently, she wants some.
For who? Oh, your teammate. Yes. Do you want that in? Looks like we have a crystal or some powder.
Let me text her real quick. I
Powder.
send her the message.
I send powder back.
You remind me, is Violet the Force one?
Yes.
Yeah,
I send a texture. I'll send a texture to this girl as well.
All right.
Give me some Violet, please.
All right.
I will allow this. I will allow this.
All right. All right. Let's see here. I would like one vial. I would like. But what do I want to bolster my dust with?
Are you asking, or are you simply just pondering?
I'm thinking, but I have currently my two main dust types are lightning and ice. You got any recommendations?
Well, I'm not quite partial to the dust myself. I just have all reliable here. And he pats his rake. When you say that you're trying to bolster your semblance, are you trying to be? Well, are you trying for more of the? Are you trying for different flavors, shall we say? Or are you trying for more? What is your?
You definitely got the right idea. I do want to cook up something nice.
Oh, cooking! Oh, why don't you just go with red?
Fuck, it's fire.
You know what? You're right. I'd like one vial of each of these. I would like one vial of red, violet, and green dust.
All right, red, violet, and green. Where'd the violet come from? Oh, that was your other teammate. And he jots it down, and he goes and fetches you 3 vials, one of red, one of violet, and one of green. So fetches the dust for you, and very, very quickly, just as quickly as you came in, if there was nothing else, he would try to usher you out.
Okay. How much dust do you actually need? The both of you.
What would be a reasonable amount for combat?
So keep in mind
what are
that
the purposes? Because I kind of need the dust as well. So like, the best idea would be to.
I personally do not need much. Just
okay, so I'll take whatever's left of what
vials.
Summer uses.
I just need enough for combat. That's all.
Okay, so so Summer wants to experiment with it. Alva actually wants it for combat.
So
All right.
I would say depending on how much you think you'll need is entirely dependent on, well, it's how much do you think you'll actually be using it, and if you think you'll be using more. Keep in mind, it's not an unlimited supply with the school, but you do have enough to kind of give you what you would need for combat. So, it's still depending on how much you depending on how much you use, you may need to get it from a different source. But the general understanding is, if you're using it for experimentation, it's not necessarily going to. Your welcome isn't going to be worn out very quickly. But if you're going on tons and tons of missions in very quick succession, you may be asked to wait for some more to come in. But aside from that, you would have what you would need to do some basic experimentation and setting out for any kind of mission combat should it be necessary.
Okay, so all right. So if Summer were to use the vial or the file for experimentation, would there still be enough for me to use for combat, or no?
I would say getting into the nitty gritty of it, there isn't really anything I can look to go, oh yes, and this would be the precise amount that you would need for this attack and this attack and this attack. I would say that it's enough for experimentation over the course of maybe a week, depending on the severity of the, knowing Summer, probably the day. But I feel like that's a slight against you, Summer. That's not the intent, and I apologize if it comes across that way. But ultimately, it would be one vial will be used for like a week of testing. If you're going about doing it very carefully, probably about 4 days if you're using it very liberally, and if you're Summer, a day.
Okay, so all right, so then yeah, I'll only take the one file because the fire will just be me. That'll be solely for me, and that'll be like just a permanent asset I have, along with like lightning and fucking ice dust. And then I was thinking of wind. I guess if there was enough, it would still just become a permanent asset for me. So I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, then yeah, let's just go. I got the files. That's all I need.
All right, and then Alva, was there anything else you wanted to do before you adjourned to the to your dorm room?
Well, I can't really train much more on my semblance now. Fuck.
Well, it is like nighttime now. Wouldn't it be better to train your semblance now?
It would be, unless you tried thinking of it like Torookri, where his shadow gets uncontrollable during the night.
To be fair, his shadow is sentient. Your shadow isn't.
We can make it
Dumbass
sentient.
shadow, you hear that? You hear that, Alva? Your shadow's stupid as hell.
Yeah.
Apparently so.
No one trusts walking with Alva at night.
His shadow may take you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Have I only been training in the day for my semblance? Question.
There are training rooms, so it's not like you can't. It's not like there's just general training area outside. It's not like a. It's not like quite like an outdoor gym. There are specific training places which are designed to enable different kinds of environments. But you can basically just go into a room and turn out the lights and then go from there, because it doesn't matter. You've learned that it doesn't matter where the shadow is coming from. It is just shadow.
Yes.
So you're not like you are just more comfortable at night just because of how much shadows there usually are. But again, that is, up to you to do.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Well, during the night, then I guess I'll use my semblance to use a shadow dash to do a marathon around the school.
Bruh.
Bruh.
He's running.
I gotta train it. You can't say I can't.
He's gonna be running all night.
I will allow that. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do that before or after you adjourn to the dorm room?
Before I head to the dorm room.
Okay.
So you're not heading to the dorm room. That's what I'm hearing from that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just not going to the dorm room tonight, apparently.
I was just not. You also see me a butt crack at dawn, just slouched over in front of the door.
You know, you come in in the morning and then you'll fall asleep.
So just humor me, Alva, and roll me a semblance check.
Okay. Man, I wonder how this is going to go. Man, watch it be like a nat 1 for semblance. That would be fucking.
Okay.
That's
okay,
even
15
worse.
is decent.
Not bad.
15 is decent. So excuse me. Is the goal of it just so you can go fast? Is it to train speed? Is it what essentially is the goal of running around in the darkness around the school?
Is
it like an endurance thing?
speed? To increase speed as well as the distance the dash can actually go for the.
No, it's a
semblance.
senior year prank. He's streaking in the shadows.
You used to see my clothes on the fucking trees. It's like,
Exactly.
oh, I'm going nude.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out, and it was that year that streaking became illegal. Turns out it attracted the wrong kind of Grimm.
Senior prank.
Anyway,
It's a senior break for the year.
Isn't
So-
senior prank at the end of the year? Not the beginning.
No.
I would
It can
say
happen
this would
It is
Anytime.
at the end. It is at the end, by the way. Yes, you are right.
yes, because they can't do anything about it because they're about to leave anyway.
So,
Um,
also, why ditch day is at the end too. Sorry.
Yes.
Don't.
No, you're good. So, as you're going about and attempting this, you're more or less able to keep up. And when you say run around the school, there isn't like a consistent circle because again, it is on a mountain. So there are places where you can kind of run around and just kind of make a loop around. But it's not like you can go around the entirety of the back of the school and everything. But you can definitely make like a significant loop.
Yeah.
And with a 15, you're finding just the comfort of the shadows to be more of a it's more of a comfort after what you've kind of just done over the last 24 hours, and it doesn't really give you any. You're trying to focus and see if you can't go faster and push yourself with it. It doesn't really help. You don't really get there, but it's another one of those. You can kind of get the idea that it's going to take a long time, but it could probably work to help with training to increase your speed in the shadows. Right now, it's not really doing much, but you get the sense that it could.
Hmm.
But it would take a long time.
Yeah. Oh well, I tried.
That is true, and it's better than not trying. So
What?
now to the dormitory. You all do find yourselves starting to convene, willing to start looking at and accepting the realities of the day. The many things that have the many realizations, the weariness after trainings. But you find yourselves coming to the dormitory in the evening as the sun has just set and the broken moon is shining overhead.
I was in the dormitory too.
That's up to Alva.
Yes, I'm in the dormitory. It's just barely in bed.
Alpha, remember, you're not in bed. If there's robots.
I said barely.
Barely in bed, yes.
Barely. My
Robot-
head's in the bed, and my entire body's just slouched over on the floor.
No, there wouldn't be any room. The robots have taken your bed, remember?
You think my tired ass self would care? I said need a small section. Just give me a small section of the bed and I'll be fine. I know for a fact there is a small section. I doubt that robot is covering the entire bed.
There's the equivalent of 4 robots on the bed.
No, I got a tiny little corner then.
So, this is essentially all you.
On me?
All of you.
everybody.
Yes.
That'll give.
We could be meeting in the thing.
Yes.
Okay, well, I go up to Carrie and get the dust off of him.
Yeah, just hand it over.
Now I'll be too tired to do anything. I'll be on the floor.
I guess I'm gonna start relaying the information I got from the professor, Professor Page.
Yeah, and then I'd fill it in with the information that we got from Osbin.
Yes.
I feel like Doug would also talk about the robot.
Yeah, I mean the robot is more you, so I probably would leave the robot for you to talk about.
I wouldn't be paying attention to you guys. I'd be currently working on my hoverboard again.
Okay,
Of
well I
course
would
you would
prompt you to fucking lock in and listen.
No.
Oh, you're asleep.
Like,
You're not part of this conversation.
Fucking lock in!
I'm asleep. You can't tell me to do shit.
Yeah, no, you're asleep. You're not part of this conversation.
I just give if that's the case, then I just give the dust to Summer and then just go to bed, and then in the morning tell them. It's probably the easiest thing.
It's already morning. That's the problem.
Oh, it is morning. Oh, bro.
It's already morning. That's the problem. I've been doing my shit all night.
No, I was saying it was in the evening, just as the sun had set.
Oh.
So I guess Alva would not be in the room.
I was not here. I was still
God. Shit.
I was
Okay,
still
never
working.
mind.
I was really not part of this conversation.
I'm really not. I'm there in spirit.
Yeah. Okay, well then, I guess I tell Carrion about my success with the robot. And that I can actually actually use the robot.
Harriet? Harriet?
Made?
Mage die.
Did we lose Carrion?
Carrion!
What? I
Stop.
completely like disassociated. What?
Mage died. No.
I tell you about my success with activating the robot.
We're gonna get that robot army soon, aren't we?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Sooner than expected.
There is no surprise to be had. I knew what was gonna happen and I don't question it. I'm just gonna be like, cool, let's do it. That sounds fun. That's our senior prank. We take over the school at the robot army.
That will be amazing. I'll be building the robot army all year long.
Good.
Build a robot army. No one shall live afterwards. Man, if only I can actually mimic the entire army in shadows, wouldn't that be funny?
Go to bed.
Okay, no laughs, I guess. Okay, bye.
There was a chuckle.
I want to train. I want to use dust.
Yeah, I also go to sleep on my hoverboard.
Sleepy as hell.
She puts
Apparently.
her hoverboard on the bed and then fucking.
No, I lay my hoverboard next to the window and sleep in the spot that I chose when we chose beds.
Understand.
She's a cat carrier, come on. This
Very
cat
true.
loves the window.
All right. So, end of the day, mild discussion, essentially just relaying information. Not really much else goes on aside from that.
Yep. It
So,
seems like everybody's pretty tired in the game. Obviously, that's what I mean.
all right.
It also seems like I'm pretty tired IRL too.
Yes, it's almost 10 o'clock.
So, as you all find yourselves going to sleep, Alva, as you arrive at the room, as the sun is just the faintest hint of showing its light in the morning, you make your way back to the dormitory and you collapse hard, both figuratively and literally. You see all of the stuff on the bed, and you just kind of look at the floor, and the floor looks more comfortable right now. Woof.
Okay, I'll lay down in the middle of the floor where everyone can just trip over me.
No, next to the
Except
bed, you know.
I won't trip over you because I'm
Aw.
on my. I'd go over top of you.
I didn't say you.
She physically can't trip.
You said everyone.
Okay, fair enough, but definitely not you.
So you all find sleep one way or the other. And as you it is a very uneventful evening. As you all rest, the day's trials and tribulations being mulled over and whatnot in your minds. And as the next day comes up, would you all like to end there so we can handle level up stuff and other discussion?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, with that, everyone, thank you very much for watching. It has been a very delightful day today with Grimoire. I hope you all did enjoy. And for all the players, I hope you also enjoyed as well. Aside from the minor technical difficulties, of course.
Difficulties? What difficulties?
Exactly, what difficulties? Next week we will, should everything still remain good to go, then we will start here. Same time. I was going to say, same bad time, same bad channel. But this isn't a bad channel. I was about to say, it's a good channel. It's a
Is it
decent
though?
time with a decent channel, I would say. Personally, anyway. So, yes. With that, thank you all again very much for watching. I have been by Carrion Almagia, sound off.
Yeah.
Big Noah, sound off.
Adios.
Alva the Goat, please bleat off.
Now is it the one bleed? Bah.
And Summer Sky VT, if you would please sound off, if you be so kind. Thank you for that. That was unexpected, actually.
No, that's real as hell. I feel like that's.